the NBA, and the Heat had their hero leading the way on 790, the ticket in Miami.
Pushes it. Tyler, three ball, right arc. Splash! Everybody wants it. Take the top off. Drown me in the rain from the land of milk and honey.
Heat get the win over the Sixers in Game 1, 106-92. No Joel Embiid for the Sixers. James Harden held to 16 points. ESPN analyst Matt Barnes.
Well, Spoelstra in Miami's defense does a great job of cutting the head off the snake. I think a perfect example, we saw what they did to Trae Young last series. And although James Harden hasn't been the player he's been in the past, I think they know he's someone who's capable of going for 40, 50, even 60 points possibly. So they threw everything at the book at him with different coverages, different looks. Several different guys guarded him, and they did a great job on it, to hold him to 15 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Tobias Harris played well. Maxey played well. But I think we're all still waiting to see the James Harden that we know and love, the guy that set the bar so high, one of the most gifted scorers we've ever seen in this basketball game. He just hasn't been that guy.
Game 2 for Miami and Philly tomorrow. Today, Warriors and Grizzlies in Memphis for Game 2, which follows Game 2 for the Celtics and Bucks in Boston. Milwaukee taking the series opener there, winning on the road. Might Boston have been baited?
The one thing that's concerning is that I think we all do going into this series. This is what the Bucks do, right? They have big bodies around the basket. Brooke Lopez, that last line of defense, Giannis flying around, and they challenge you to shoot three-pointers. So the Celtics maybe fell for the bait a little bit and putting up 53 pointers, but when you look at the stats, and 45 of them by the NBA's tracking were open or better. And so, is part of it just they missed shots, but I do think they have to find a better balance. Like, it was clear the Bucks were the more physical team in this game.
Chris Forsberg from NBC Boston. Game 2 tonight in Boston here on ESPN Radio. Our coverage at 6:30 Eastern. It's Tuesday, May 3rd, birthday of Greg Gumbel over at CBS. He's 76 today. Both one seeds in action last night in the NBA, both winning at home. Complete reaction to the series openers with Key, Jay, and Max. They're next. I'm Jay Reynolds. It's ESPN Radio.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max starts next at
Cutting
6
the price
Eastern
of your wireless
on
bill
ESPN
feels
Radio
good.
and
Really
ESPN
good.
News.
Actually, it feels great. You should try it out. So cut your bill by switching to Straight Talk Wireless. Now offering our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with 5 gigabytes of hotspot and nationwide 5G on America's largest, most dependable networks. The $45 Silver Unlimited plan from Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
A month equals 30 days. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Hello, Discover here to explain our cash back match. Here's how it works. We give you cash back for using your Discover card on the things you were going to buy anyway. Then we match that cash back in your first year. And that's why we call it Cashback Match. Now to recap and say cashback one more time. We match all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year automatically. Discover. Exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
Behold, New Jersey, with the Caesars Casino app, you have dozens of your favorite slots right at your fingertips. Sign up and get your first deposit matched up to $2,000 with a bonus for slots or video poker, plus a $100 gas card using promo code Radio Casino. Must be 21. Offer valid in New Jersey only and for new users. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonus. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Play like a Caesar with Caesars Casino.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. That looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Beasley Media's Philadelphia digital division continues to grow, and we're looking for qualified candidates. To see the full job description and qualifications for our digital sales strategist, ad operations, and digital sales coordinator positions, go to 97.5thefanatic.com/now hiring. Positions are full-time and include benefits. Please deliver your resume and cover letter to digitalphilly@bbgi.com. Beasley Media Group, LLC is an equal opportunity employer.
People often ask me, how much money do I have to pay you up front to be my personal lawyer? The answer is nothing. It's free unless we win. What about a slip and fall or car crash case? Free unless we win. We have recovered billions in settlements and verdicts over the years. We have never taken a fee unless we've won the case. Our service is free unless we recover for you. You can hire the largest personal injury law firm in the world as your personal lawyer for free unless and until we recover for you.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There is a place outside of Philadelphia where the aroma of freshly baked bread brings you back to more traditional times. The era when families joined together to enjoy an authentic old world taste with traditional recipes and fresh ingredients. That time and place still exists at Corpele's Italian Bakery and Deli. Since 1924, now 4 generations and 4 locations. The Corpele's family has been bringing you back to a more nostalgic time by sharing their favorite recipes and consistently adding new flavors for new traditions. While Corpele's Italian Bakery and Deli is well known for their famous tomato pie, voted best in Philadelphia, nothing compares to their fresh baked bread and strombolis, handmade pastries, cookies, pies, and a wide range of custom cakes. For a list of locations and all your party needs, explore more at corpelesbakery.com.
WPEN, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Home of 76ers basketball and Flyers hockey.
Plug in.
97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
Yeah, it does. Starts now. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Our 6 a.m. hour is brought to you by our friends at Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White is here for the pro. The idea of being morose, the idea of being frustrated or angry, it doesn't suit me very well this morning, especially after what I saw for around 2 halves last night. I saw 2 different halves. I saw one that was really extremely promising after a terrible start. And, of course, like typical Philadelphia sports Twitter, 5 minutes into the game, everybody's like, it's over. It's over. They're getting blown out. This is a joke. And then the Sixers are leading at halftime. So the bipolar nature of the fan base is like, oh, my gosh, how's this happening? Even some of the same people who were telling you it was over 5 minutes in. Then the third quarter, it just starts to erode, and in the fourth quarter, it just falls apart. The Sixers were in that game for a long portion of it last night. I think into the fourth quarter. And if they had had a modicum of success shooting from outside, even pedestrian success, they would have been in that game well into the late into the fourth quarter. I don't know what sometimes I don't know what people expect. Miami is able to throw a ton of bodies at you, as was shown last night. And you're not talking about exceptional star quality. We're going 10 deep with guys that could all start for other teams, but a competent bench, a cohesive unit, the way they play as a team. To me, that's what Eric Spoelstra's greatest strength is, how they play as a team. And I know that Doc continues to be combative Doc. I know he continues to be arrogant Doc. He doesn't want to hear anything from us. He doesn't care about us. He thinks that we know nothing. We're going to get what we get from Doc. That's what he told us. He doesn't care what anyone else thinks. And I guess that's supposed to be what a coach does, but not necessarily what a coach says. I don't know what's going on with Doc Rivers. I don't know what his mentality is at this point. But I honestly am not that disappointed in last night. I think it was there for the taking. Through three quarters, it's there for the taking, and you had shot terribly from the outside. I don't know what Tyrese Maxey was doing last night. I don't know what a lot of the supporting cast was expected to bring to the table. There's a time in life where I think you expect what to expect out of people. You look at someone's skill set and you expect what you expect out of them. I don't know without Joel Embiid that you can expect much more. But better shooting than that last night, I absolutely should be able to expect that. And better defense around the rim, holy moly. That team just falls asleep. That's where we'll begin this morning, 6 a.m. hour, again, brought to you by our friends at Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White is here for the pro. I find my aggravation level, Bob, not incredibly high, but because it was a bad, I'm going to say, number one, that was a bad shooting night.
Yeah, they didn't hit shots, and it sounds simple, but if they hit some three-pointers early, if, some of Maxey's pull-ups, George Niang's shots, if some of them fall when you get that 5-point lead, we're building up to that. 5 becomes 10, 12, maybe 14, and then, you have a real shot of holding on. They just couldn't hit anything, and you're right about that. On the other side, either could Miami. Miami didn't shoot well either, so that kind of makes me a little wonder, okay, they both shot really bad, and still Miami wins by 14. I mean, you had a horrible offensive rebounding display.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know what they're doing there. Their zone, although it worked, and Miami seemed a little bit confused by it. I think Miami got open shots, but didn't make them. Tyler Hero did it. I think I talked it into existence yesterday when I said, watch out.
You and Jamie, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah. There was we're going to get into everything, but there were so many little things. Like Paul Reed, okay, you need to be energetic off the bench. Stop being stupid. He's in there for 30 seconds or whatever. 3 minutes, he has 2 fouls. I don't know why somebody can't pull him aside and said, Paul, when somebody goes up for a shot, just put your hands up straight. Hands up, feet down. It's real simple. I teach the kids when they were little. Hands up, feet down. Don't leave the floor. He's jumping for 3-point shots. He's going up on guys that are, they're not even pump faking with the ball. They're pump faking with their eyebrows. Oh, I'll look up in the air. He's going to jump. I mean, he just plays stupid basketball. So you can't rely on him out there. And that's why Doc Rivers is saying, well, I have to stick with DeAndre Jordan, whatever you guys think, or whatever. We'll get into that also. It was frustrating to me because it was there, and the guys just didn't bring it the way the playoff style they should have.
I'll take 5 fouls a night out of Paul Reed, Charles Bassey, and Paul Millsap rather than never seeing DeAndre Jordan again in my life.
Right.
Just to put into perspective how terrible he was last night, the Heat scored 50 points in DeAndre Jordan's 17 minutes. They scored 56 points in the 31 minutes he sat. That is not a coincidence. This man is unplayable, and for you to sit up there and tell us, oh, you sports radio people. No, I have eyeballs. You don't have to be a freaking genius to watch basketball and understand it. It's a pretty simple game, and that's the beauty of it. And I don't need to be told whether you like it or not. Guess what? I don't freaking like it. I hate it. I loathe it, and I wanted to puke last night watching it. When he came back out in the second half as the starting center, I just went, you got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Are you watching this game? Are you? Bam shot 80% from the floor. 80%. And you just sat there and thought that was okay. I'll take Paul Millsap and his minimal effort. I'll take George Niang at center over what I saw last night. You got to be kidding me, Doc. That is the worst answer, and we'll get into it, ever.
Yeah, Pat, can we hear it? Can we hear Doc Rivers once again tell everyone in this town that you know nothing about basketball?
We like DJ. We're going to keep starting him, whether you like it or not. That's what we're going to do because our guys believe in him.
And he goes on to say that he polled the locker room at halftime, and to a man, everybody wanted DJ. You're polling your players, one, and then two, you're going to throw them under the bus because it was their decision? Like, that was the worst answer I've ever heard.
He was getting mocked about it on.
You're polling the locker room?
It's a strange. I don't know what's going on with Doc Rivers. The other day when Doc Rivers was being asked to defend himself, Pat, he started with I think it's always the kiss of death. I've done this a long time. When I've seen a bunch of coaches fired, quit, whatever. They always start with it always begins with let me quote you my resume, and how dare you start questioning me. Doug Peterson, we saw it with Doug. He started quoting his resume, and it was always, I played in this league. I know what I'm doing. Doc, last night, Jamie, that was beautiful what you said.
I was offended.
And you should be. Pat, now I don't want you to be offended, Pat, but I have a feeling you may have been.
I have to follow that.
Well, it was excellent. Jamie, that was excellent.
All right.
It really was.
Cool.
There's some positive fact.
It sucks.
We don't need,
there's not a lot of positive to take out of it.
Right.
I mean, he had 2 rebounds in 17 minutes. By accident, you guys could have 2 rebounds in 17 minutes. I'm not even calling him DeAndre Jordan anymore. I'm just calling him the turnstile. Because he was just turning around nonstop, watching backdoor cutters, like the tall guy that you find at the YMCA, who you think, oh, he's tall, he could probably play, and then you find out real quick he can't because he sucks. It's maddening and it's frustrating. And to Jamie's point, you're polling your players. Like, one, I don't believe that for a second, that you went around the room and had a Rudy moment for DeAndre Jordan.
I believe he did it.
But then you're going to throw him under the bus?
But I don't believe that it's the way you're portraying it. I think Doc goes up to guys and has a little 20-second with them, and then he's over in this side of the room.
You think it was like a Survivor moment where they all wrote a name and they put it in
I don't think they had torches. I don't think they had torches, Pat. But I don't think he sat in the room and goes, okay, everybody who wants DeAndre, raise your hand. I don't believe that's what happened.
I don't think he did it at halftime.
I think he talks to them on the bench.
Even if he does, I think it's a bad look. I think his frustration level is the fact that he doesn't have any depth at the position, because to Bob's point, Paul Reed gets in there and is a walking foul. Charles Bassey is inexperienced. And then you've got DeAndre Jordan, who at least he's comfortable with. The fact is, DeAndre Jordan is Doc Rivers' safety blanket. Doc Rivers is Linus, and DeAndre Jordan is that blue blanket.
But what is it, though? Because, Pat, you're supposed to find security from something that gives you security.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to find it from something that causes you more angst. And obviously, we get combative Doc Rivers.
Yeah, I again, and I said this a month ago or so ago. It's more so, I think, Paul Reed than it is DeAndre Jordan. He says he went around. As I told you guys before, the only guy that matters is James Harden. So if he goes around and goes to James Harden, who do you want at center? And he goes, I just can't play with Paul Reed right now because the guy doesn't know where he's supposed to be. Well, put DeAndre in. At least I can throw him some alley-oops, and at least I know he'll set me a solid pick or whatever. Because there's nothing to back up what Doc Rivers said yesterday. DeAndre Jordan went 17 minutes and had 2 rebounds. I can't even count. I'll have to go back and watch the game today. I'll count how many offensive rebounds Miami got when he was in the game, and I guarantee it was probably in double digits. He did absolutely nothing last night. There was a couple of plays. I think the time where they grabbed 4 offensive rebounds.
Yeah, when P.J. Tucker was going sideline to sideline, just tapping them out.
He just didn't even know where to go.
They got 7 in a row. In that one sequence, they got 7 in a row.
Yeah, that's when I knew it was like
a 2-minute. It was like a 2-minute period. They weren't trying. Here's the one thing I'm going to give you this though is they were 6 for 34 last night from 3.
Yes, there is some positives here.
I absolutely believe we could go 7 for. Now they're not contested, but I believe you could find people that could go 7 for 34. That was terrible. If they make 6 more and shoot 35% from 3. They win the game.
It was their second worst three-point shooting performance of the year.
It was incredible.
When Danny Green and George Niang, who literally are on the court just to shoot 3-pointers, go a combined 1 for 12, you're not going to win many games in the absence of Joel Embiid.
Now, Grant Hill, and Bob, I'll ask you this. Because
I'm not a huge fan.
That broadcast, by the way.
It would have put me to sleep if I didn't care about the game.
I've heard so many people complain, like, I don't like Kate Scott. Kate Scott's just too loud, too this. You watched that broadcast last night. That was garbage. Spiro Ditas. Somebody nudge him. Somebody absolutely nudge him. That was the most boring And Grant Hill, turn up your mic or bring me some enthusiasm. And Grant Hill was saying last night, Bob, and I'll tell you, I went back in sequences, literally rewatching it at halftime to see what Grant Hill's talking about. He's saying how the Sixers had a lot of contested threes last night. But it wasn't like they missed a lot of wide open threes, too. And Grant Hill was saying, well, it's hard to hit all those contested threes. I went back and I counted in the first half. They missed 6 wide open threes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like they didn't have their opportunities where they move the ball well. Here's the open shot, blank. Danny Green, clank. Tyrese Maxey, I don't know what he was doing last night. And we'll get into more depth. I have no idea what he thought he was Steph Curry last night. He was taking three-pointers too soon in the shot clock, in my opinion, and wide open. Like, he didn't even try to get closer. He's taking shots from the – I have no idea what he was doing last night.
Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of needed a boost. If one goes, then you know, maybe it gets contagious.
Oh, okay.
He was a 50% three-point shooter over the second half of the season. So I hear you. Like, there were times I was like, oh, what are you doing? But I had to rethink and say, well, if that had gone in.
Is he trying to get himself hot?
Get himself going, get the team going. Look, he had to be your number 2 scoring threat last night behind Tobias Harris.
Who was awesome, by the way.
Yeah, as much as you want it to be James Harden, I just don't know if, again, do we know if he has it in him? You needed him last night to score you points, and he only took 13 shots.
He had
and
Tucker, 2 in the second half?
Yeah, P.J. Tucker did a great job at the beginning of the game. If you notice, the first 5-6 possessions the Sixers had, when it wasn't a rebound by Harden, they couldn't get the ball in Harden's hands to start the offense because P.J. Tucker took it away.
It may be a slight overstatement, but those of you who say, yeah, you have to sign James Harden to a long-term extension, you've got to do it. I challenge you again. You are not watching. He's cooked. He's not the same player. He's still a good player. And on nights, he can turn it on and have you a good performance. But when you need him to be a top player, a top echelon player, he's not there anymore. He isn't. You can't hook your wagon to him. Believe him. You've seen him play 2 good games in 7. In the playoffs, he's had 2 really strong performances. He's had 3 crappy performances, and then 2 meh performances, to use a Jamie. Is that it? Meh? Meh? I mean, you cannot pay James Harden.
Yeah, I just don't know what your other option's going to be.
Well, I don't want to just say double down on the mistake. Because here's what I'm afraid of. That Daryl Morey was so enamored with the image of James Harden, the memory of James Harden, and what he thinks James Harden used to be, and that he thinks he could somehow still be it, that he's willing to think that 3 years from now, James Harden could be that. 2 years from now. It's the declining asset. Do not double down. If he opts in, he opts in. But you can't. This is where you need to know that you can count on him, and he didn't come through. They were killing him last night. I think they were a little, even almost too rough on him on the TNT broadcast afterwards, like critiquing him.
Oh yeah, I didn't stick around for it. No, I watched the other game, but yeah, it was just so disappointing last night that and John, you said it as soon as we got in today. That was a game that could have been had.
It could have been.
It really could have been.
6 more 3-pointers. So they go 12 for 34.
Yeah.
They win the game.
Yeah, you hit shots, but the difference was the play in the middle, DeAndre Jordan against Bam Adebayo, and the subs off the bench. Tyler Hero gave you a great game last night, and you got nothing from your bench last night.
Hey, get cash today by bringing your scrap and recycling to Armor Metals and Recycling, and you're going to walk away with cash today. Armor Metals is your most trusted recycling partner, located in Pensacola, New Jersey, or at armormr.com. Coach was going around this morning collecting as much metal as he could. He's heading over there on the way home today.
What?
Good. You were collecting up the metal earlier, added like scrap metal.
I saw you with your shopping cart. Don't deny it, Coach.
You're gonna make some side money over there.
Pulling pipes off of people's houses.
Pat, be careful.
We know what you're up to.
Be careful he hasn't touched anything behind your console there.
Stay away.
Yeah, everybody needs a side hustle, right?
I think it's a great side hustle.
Metal.
He collects the metal and does that.
Back off, War Child. Seriously.
All right, we got plenty on the Sixers today. I know B-Hawk is up early with us. B-Hawk, good morning. You're on the Fanatic. How are you?
Oh, man. Defensive switches, Harden, failure to attack. The switches on Vincent, poor defensive rotation. What's going on with the walk-down three-pointers and a high percentage shot? Then on an away team, you walk down three-pointers. Right in the game.
You're losing it. You're losing us there, B-Hawk. We lost you there, buddy. I get what he's saying. I thought the offensive approach last night was crap. When they're driving the lane, when they're attacking the basket, they're having success. And then they do let's just chuck up threes from everywhere. Let's not even try to penetrate.
Did Doc and his staff realize that Tyler Hero is a terrible defender?
No,
because
no.
I would not have gathered that from watching the game last night.
Right? I mean, they tried to attack a couple of times because Miami went zone mostly when Hero was in there. So they tried, and then they would bring up somebody else to help him out. Well, that's what we talked about yesterday. When that happens, when you're attacking Hero and they bring help, you have to have the guy in the corner that's going to be able to make shots, a Danny Green, a George Niang, whatever it may be. And nobody was making shots. So you didn't make Hero pay because nobody else on the off ball, when the help came, nobody off ball could make shots last night.
It was terrible. I mean, it was a terrible collapse of that game. When they were leading at halftime, that was incredible.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
I felt pretty good then.
Because I believe they were leading at halftime because of team defense in the second quarter.
Yeah, they switched to a zone.
It was fantastic.
It worked.
Really?
It worked better than
it did because Miami didn't make
80%.
shots. Yeah, Miami didn't make shots. Think about it. The beginning of the game,
chicken and egg there. Chicken and egg. They went to the zone. I think it confused Miami. I think they looked uncomfortable. So I think doesn't that mean that that's the reason they weren't making shots? They weren't feeling comfortable or not?
They had open shots.
Did you not see that?
Yeah, they had open. The Sixers zone isn't. I would love if we had a thing in here we could all watch it together.
Bob's radio telescreen.
Yeah, right. The Sixers zone isn't that. Miami just didn't make shots. They didn't. They had open shots. The Sixers. At times, this is what you have to look for. When you're playing a zone, you're not just covering an area. It's not grammar school where you sit at 2-3 zone and, nobody's here, but this is where I'm supposed to be. That's what the Sixers did an awful lot last night. You would see somebody high on a zone, Danny Green, and there's nobody near him because Miami's over flooding the strong side of the ball of the court. So, they're standing there not covering anybody. And then at other times, they're doubling the ball because they're not sure where. Am I supposed to be on the ball or are you supposed to be on the ball? And then it's another pass. Like Jimmy Butler couldn't shoot last night. He wasn't very good.
They went on
He got
runs
a
when
wrist
he was
thing.
off.
Yeah, exactly. So Miami didn't shoot great. But, yeah, John, it's a good point by you. They went zone. It worked because Miami didn't make shots. All right, that's good. But the other things, like Tyler Hero, all right, you do know they have one good shooter on that team, right? He's a guy you can't leave open.
And they did.
4 or 5 times.
Hey, now that your high school seniors committed to their college, visit collegeav.com to help relieve the stress of how you're going to pay for it. That's collegeav.com. It's going to help you breathe easier. You really do need to check out our friends at College Ave. Frank in Philadelphia. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning there, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Now, Tobias Harris, the best player on the court last night. How was that?
He's been the best player. If you take the 7 games in the postseason, he has clearly been their best player.
Now, I think the Sixers got a shot, man. It's just...
I do, too.
Doc's rotations have to be better. We can't have the last 6 minutes of the first quarter. Harden, Niang, Green, Reed, and Thibault. No one's scoring there.
Well, you are asking...
Scorers out there.
Frank, to use a good Southern term, and I don't know if it's really as much in the North, you're asking him to make chicken salad out of chicken sheesh. He has terrible ingredients to make a meal with, and that's the only thing I'll defend Doc Rivers on.
Yeah, I mean, that bench is...
it's terrible.
Looking at the box score last night, I wanted to vomit.
It's terrible.
It's a truly awful bench. Matisse Thybulle and George Niang are kind of your top 2 options.
They're specialists.
They are but they're specialist guys, as you say.
But on what? They
in
brought
what world?
They brought Strusseldorf, the little pastry treat, out last night, and this guy looked like he would have been our best bench player. And I'm going, Max Strus, an undrafted G League guy, looks better than almost anyone on our bench.
They didn't play Duncan Robinson last night, right? Sixers could have used him in a heartbeat. I would have played him 25 minutes if he was on the Sixers.
Any of these guys I'd take.
It's what I said to you about watching the Heat. When I watch the Heat play, Bob, I say, cohesive unit, not a lot of great guys, but a lot of good guys.
Yeah, they buy into what they have to do.
And they play well. They're definitely better coached to get things going. This guy arrived in Philly yesterday. And there's one thing that he said that I may be reading into that could potentially be a problem. And we also found out that this guy was a liar all along. It's the John Kincade Show. Thanks for making time for us this morning, getting up early with us. We will vent together and find some sort of positivity on this Tuesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Your home, you're going to want it to be comfortable this summer. The heat eventually is going to come. And when it comes, you don't want it in your living room. You see, the drafty windows that made your heating bills be so terrible all winter long, now we're going to be the same thing that lets all that beautiful air conditioning out of your house and then makes the inside of your house uncomfortable. You can deal with Window Nation right now. Every size, every style, every color window that you need, they've got it. And they've got this spectacular deal for you. You're not going to pay anything for 2 full years. And I'm not talking about a dime. No down payment, no interest for 24 months. Plus, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. This is one of the most budget-friendly deals you could ever have. And you can still have a beautiful new home of windows before the summertime heat hits. A-plus rating, Better Business Bureau. They are going to take great care of you. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and you're paying nothing until right around graduation time 2024. Make the call today to Window Nation. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hi, it's me, Steven Singer. Yeah, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. Other Georges love to hate me. Why? Because we actually have gifts for Mother's Day that your mom, grandmom, and wife really want and will cherish, like my magnificent, beautiful, brand new 24-karat gold dip rose named Creamsicle. Remember when you were a little kid and your mom took you on the boardwalk and you got an orange and vanilla swirl ice cream cone? Or when the ice cream truck would pull up to your neighborhood and you got a creamsicle? What a nice treat. Get the moms in your life a deeply dipped 24-karat gold dip rose that has orangey and vanilla-colored petals named Creamsicle. This Creamsicle rose will remind her of the good old days when you were younger and wonderful memories. Go now to IHateStevenSinger.com. Get this exclusive 24-karat gold dip beauty and celebrate Mother's Day in style. There's still time for free shipping by Mother's Day. But you have to order now. The best gift for Mother's Day, starting at just $59. Go now to IHateStevenSinger.com.
Sixers fans, I'd like to introduce you to Hauser, the official real estate partner of our Philadelphia 76ers. They believe real estate is broken, and they're on a fast break to disrupt the industry. Commissions are outrageously high, service is poor, and there's been no innovation for the last 50 years. Until now. Let me tell you about Hauser. They're a disruptor, kind of like what Uber is for transportation. They're bringing so many new things to market that truly benefit you, the customer. Flat fee listings that put equity back in your pocket. Salaried agents who are local experts that truly have your back. Sellers, want to save thousands or get a guaranteed cash offer on your home? Hauser can do that. Buyers, tired of losing homes you love to other buyers? Use Hauser's Cash to make an all-cash, slam dunk of an offer on the home you love. Hauser is backed by game-changing technology, has the best reviews in the industry, and is now the official real estate partner of the 76ers. Check them out at Hauser.com. That's HOUWZER.com. Hauser.com.
You're the one everyone looks to for answers. Come rain or shine, the job must get done. And you're the one who makes it happen. We get you, Jackie in Fresno, putting your employee safety first. And Manny in Chattanooga, whose local Granger team knows him by name. We're here for you and all the ones who get it done with 24/7 customer support and access to product specialists to help you find what you need. Call, click Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hand me that nail gun.
Here you go. And here's the fries.
Lunch. Who's hungry?
You know, maybe instead of loading up a nail gun with French fries to feed the crew, we should just order lunch through Easy Cater. Food from all our favorite restaurants.
My bad.
On time and as ordered.
Delicious. Huh. Load up the hot dogs while I think about it.
Some food just doesn't work at work, but Easy Cater just does. Food for work on time and as ordered from over 85,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 at EasyCater.com.
Let me be real with you people. The casino games on my Caesars Casino app are real. The slots are real. The blackjack is real. It's just like you're in a casino for real, which is awesome. But if I'm going to be real, you can't feed other players to the Tigers when they win, and I miss that. So download the Caesars Casino app.
Download Caesars Casino app. Must be 21. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
At CSL Plasma, you can make up to $825 this month when you donate plasma at any of CSL Plasma's tri-state area donation centers. That's money in your pocket for doing a good deed. Plasma donations help create therapies to treat patients with rare and serious diseases, and the process is similar to donating blood. For locations and info on how you can donate plasma and earn up to $825 this month, visit CSLPlasma.com. Walk-ins are welcome. CSL Plasma, good for you, great for life.
Hey fans, after a thrilling regular season, it's time to unite behind your 76ers as they embark on their playoff pursuit. The 2022 76ers playoff run presented by BetParks is here. Don't miss out on all the excitement. You can purchase single-game playoff tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticketing partner of the 76ers. Visit Ticketmaster.com/76ers. You gotta be here for every block, dunk, and three-pointer. Go 76ers!
We all reach tipping points in life. The weight of a low-paying job, unpaid bills, a new family. You can't keep going. That's where My Computer Career can help. In just months, not years, they can help you start a new life as an IT pro, even with no prior experience. Impossible? You learn online from home, and My Computer Career offers lifetime career services to help you find jobs with companies begging for IT pros. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
At 7-Eleven, we're so obsessed with our coffee that it's always fresh or it's free. And we have the good stuff. 100% Arabica beans, so you can 200% your day. 7-Eleven, you brew you. Terms and conditions apply. See 711.com for more details.
Tune in Wednesdays at 4:30 as Mike Missinelli and Jason Stark go around the league and talk baseball. Presented by Everfresh Juices and Juice Drinks. Everfresh, nature's refreshment.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey.
Have you checked out the new BetParks Casino app? Have you seen it? It's gorgeous. It's easy to navigate. It's very colorful. And as someone who's shade blind, that's really, really nice because they really make the colors bold and beautiful. And you can get a risk-free bet of up to $750. All you have to do is go to betparks.com. And if you are in Pennsylvania or New Jersey, you are welcome to take part in the festivities as long as you're 21 years old. I like the live in-game wagering. And last night was one of those classic opportunities. And a buddy of mine did something that I'm not going to throw him under the bus by name. He bet against the Sixers at halftime when they went up because he saw that the money was going the way up. There's some value with Miami. You can wager in-game. You can place numerous bets during the course of a game. You can bet on individual player performances and more. You will absolutely love the BetParks app. It's easy to use. It's fun. And now you got the Phillies back. And if you understand how to bet baseball, please give me some insights because I have a real problem with it. Just don't win a lot. Hey, you got to be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Have some fun. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
You may not officially be one of my endless cousins, but I do consider you part of our family.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Whether you like it or not, it's the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Does that work in any business? Talking to your fan base, whether you like it or not, it's going to be the way it is.
When I used to wait tables, people would say, "Excuse me, sir, my salmon's undercooked," and I'd be like, "You take it and you like it or you don't."
And then
shut up.
And people kept coming back.
Yeah,
right?
and then I'd get tipped 30%.
Pat,
it was awesome.
Do you ever say that at the ice cream parlor? If maybe you didn't get enough ice cream on the cone, have you ever said that's a skimpy cone?
No, I actually had ice cream yesterday.
I'm shocked.
Got a little Rocky Road mint chocolate chip, and it was the proper amount.
But have you ever
walked in there and thrown it on the table and said,
yes,
yo,
you're gonna
know who the F I am?
You're gonna like it.
Let's put a little more ice cream on there. No, I've never done that.
That's the number one way to get me to turn my ears off on you. Just somebody says to me, "You're gonna do it because I said you're gonna do it."
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't mess with people when they handle my food.
Yeah, believe me.
Yeah,
servers, you gotta be
dicey.
Nice. Be nice to servers. First of all, that's a damn thankless job. It's a thankless job. You don't have you get treated like garbage. People think it's they're king and queen for a day when they go out.
Yeah, you learn a lot about people the way they treat people who are in that position. You know, like I never understood it. Never understood it.
I can tell you the flight attendants. Man, I heard stewardess on both flights. Someone being called stewardess. I was like, oh, jeez. I said, what, we in 1975?
HBO just came back with the flight attendant.
I'm like, oh, my gosh.
I got to catch up on that, too.
Stewardess, it's really hot on this plane, and it really was hot. It was really hot. And it's like, okay, Well, I'll see. And then on the way home, she says, the people in the back are complaining they're cold. It's like, well, we're hot, so make it colder. They can always get warm.
I got off the plane and actually tweeted American Airlines, it's your goal to like hot box your entire plane. Because it was a damn sauna, and their suggestion was ask your stewardess.
Oh, geez.
I'm like, now you tell me, or stewardess,
yes.
flight attendant, person, like, stop.
No. Hey, the weather right now in Jamaica is warm and sunny. Call your travel agent or go to visitjamaica.com to learn more. Let's go. A beautiful day on the golf course yesterday. With Carter from the Peter and Stan show. Really had a good time out there.
Yeah, I got to golf with him.
Was his outfit up to par?
No, he didn't dress. It wasn't at one of those events. He was dressed very well, and we had a great time. And Paxton Hollow in my hometown of Broomall, Pennsylvania, beautiful. It was gorgeous. I used to play that and walk it. I have never ridden a cart on that course. And to ride a cart yesterday, that's where I got into it earlier with you. I said to you guys, if you had a caddy to carry your bag around, would you walk every round of golf? And I think I would.
I love walking.
I love walking on a golf course because it's beautiful landscape.
Yes.
And you don't want to waste your shot as much. You think about it more.
You're outside.
Yeah.
It's just.
I play better when I walk.
I think
that's because you're not drinking as much when you walk.
And that's another thing.
As much.
You wouldn't be carrying, you wouldn't have the cooler. You wouldn't have if you're walking with a caddy, you don't have that.
Yeah, but you still bring a drink.
Well,
you have to stay hydrated.
Yeah, but you're not doing the same as if you're in a cart.
Transfusion.
You're not drinking like if you're in a cart. You're not doing the same thing if you're.
Depends how much your heart's in it.
Where are you carrying it? Where are you carrying your?
Carrying it in my hand if I got a caddy.
Okay, but then that's going to last you how many holes? Couple holes?
2 or 3. And then
okay.
Maybe call if you're at the right place. Call the clubhouse. Ask them to bring them out a couple.
We don't live in country clubs. We don't have the country
Michael
club
Jordan's
lifestyle.
club in Florida has drone cocktail delivery service.
Oh, jeez.
So if you're on a tee box, they'll bring a drone of drinks out to you.
That's not bad.
It's pretty awesome.
That's pretty awesome.
That is pretty good. I got to give you. The drone deliveries are now. That's the big thing now. They're doing the drone deliveries, and the AJ Brown arrived in Philadelphia yesterday, and the newest wide receiver star to be in this town talked about football. He's a very enthusiastic man, and he's a guy that I think is going to be very exciting for this fan base, not only in his game, but I liked his energy. But AJ talked about something that allured him about being a Philadelphia Eagle.
I see a guy who is talented, believes in himself, has a strong arm, he's on time. And this is just all coming from me. This are the times that we worked out together. I think the sky's the limit for her. I'm going to go to bat for him every Sunday because he's my friend, So it's a different mentality you bring when you're playing for somebody that, that's important to you. It's not about yourself no more. It's about you playing for someone else. So, I'm going to go above and beyond for this team and for him.
Tells me so much about A.J. Brown that in his introductory press conference, he's answering a question about Jalen Hurts, but he goes off with effusive praise like that he's going to play because he wants to make Jalen Hurts look good, and that he referred to him on another bite as his best friend.
Yeah.
Where's their friendship stem from?
Working out together and working out together.
Jalen Hurts, I think, recruited him to Alabama.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And here's the deal, though. I think this could end. I know I'm reading way too much into this. This could end up being a problem. Because what if the Eagles decide to move on from Jalen Hurts?
That thought crossed my mind.
Nah, these guys know
AJ
it's all
Brown,
a business.
Really? Didn't sound like it yesterday. That sounds personal at all. That didn't sound like business at all. That sounded like I worry about a friend. I want a friend to do well. I want a friend to succeed. It didn't sound like, it sounded very deeply personal.
Yeah. I thought it was good of him to come out and say that. Like, there's nothing bad that happened with that. There's 100 million reasons over the next 4 years or 5 years, whatever it is, that A.J. Brown will stick here no matter what happens to Jalen Hurts. But good. I mean, if Jalen Hurts has this relationship, if they work together, and A.J. Brown being one of the top, say, 7 to 10 receivers in the whole NFL, that can only work to get the most out of Jalen Hurts. So we say we think we know what he is. Maybe we're not positive what Jalen Hurts is. When you have a guy like this, a top receiver who's also friends, who works out with you, you're going to get the best out of Jalen Hurts. Whether it's enough or not, we will, and A.J. Brown will find out.
It tells me all I need to know again, though, more, and I thought I knew enough about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts gets so much respect from the offensive linemen, from his receivers, from other guys. He gets a ton of respect. And that just tells me, Jamie, that a lot of the stuff that we don't see, we see Sunday afternoon. We see the final exam. But we don't see all the work that he puts in. And obviously, Jalen Hurts impresses the hell out of people.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he worked out with Lane Johnson and Jason Kelsey last offseason is pretty incredible. I don't recall too many quarterbacks working out with the offensive linemen like that. That's probably, because it's such a tight-knit group, probably the hardest people, I would imagine, to win over in the locker room. Because those 5 guys live together, breathe together, eat together, all that. So, that's a tough nut to crack. So for him, as a second-year player, to crack that tells you how respected he is in that locker room. Yeah, we do only see the final exam, but I'm a little worried about that final exam.
So am I. Pat, how did you crack the Jamie-Bob dynamic? I mean, because that must have been
tough.
hard for you to be able to. It's sort of been like getting in with the offensive lineman.
It was tough. I had to lotion up Bob for a while.
Bob made you?
A lot of days. It got hot and steamy. At this point, all I care about is the final exam. That's all I care about. I care about what happens on Sundays.
Yeah.
I'm done hearing about what a great teammate he is and the work ethic and all that. I need to see you actually come through on Sunday.
I don't think that's unfair at all.
No.
I don't think that's an unfair standard to try to hold him to.
Yeah,
at all.
And I know what you mean with you think it could be.
You know
a
what I
problem.
mean? Like, because that's deeply personal.
Yeah, it is. But keep in mind too. I mean, Zach Ertz's best friend was Sam Bradford, and then he realized that Carson Wentz is a better quarterback, and then his best friend became Carson Wentz. You know? I mean, at the end of the day, like AJ Brown hasn't played with Jalen Hurts enough, in my opinion, especially like in the actual football game, to realize maybe he's just not good enough. And I think at the end of the day, you gotta separate business and friendship. And if you know that one guy isn't exactly the best quarterback and another guy is better, you'll accept it.
Okay, now here's another thing about that bite, and this is going to be me, and Pat's going to go, oh my God, you were so hung up on words. I believe I have a best friend.
Go ahead.
Like, of my friends, I believe I have a best friend.
I appreciate that.
You don't have 7 best friends. You don't have 5 best friends. If someone is your best friend, they are your best friend. That's a standard. It's not a plural word. It's not a plural. No, it isn't. It's
Jamie,
one.
Jamie, don't talk to my best friend like
is you choose a best. Jamie, show me your friends. And then it says, show me your best friend. It is not a plural. You can't have 7 best friends.
I mean,
then you're not. Then you don't have a best friend. Is what you're saying.
Rules on friendship.
I know.
Then use another word.
I have
Then use another word, because you can't have 7 best friends.
I have 10 to 15 people I would die for.
Okay.
What do you call them?
Well, then you don't have a best friend. You have great friends. You have a bunch of great friends.
It's all subjective to the friend holder, right? Like, it's up to me how many best friends I have. It's not up to you.
I got to tell you, I don't think I've used the term "my best friend" since I was 10 years old. So I don't
Skylar
think
told
it's
me
really...
I was her best friend last night.
Exactly. Right?
Yeah.
You have one best friend. If you say you have,
I have 2 cousins or 3 cousins that are incredibly close to me. I consider them my best friends.
John,
I don't know why you're telling me who my best. I can have several best friends.
It's not a plural thing.
Sure, it can be.
I'm no longer your best friend after this stage.
Oh, jeez,
John.
Pat.
I'm not. I'm stepping out. We can't have rules on being friends.
Let's find out about Hugh Jackson. When Brian Flores put his lawsuit out there, which, by the way, is really sort of appearing to fall apart, Hugh Jackson jumped on board with it. And at the time, we talked about it, and Hugh Jackson was like, well, I was being paid to lose games when I was in Cleveland. He tried bogarting onto Brian Flores' claims. Well, the NFL decided, well, we're not just going to take your allegations, Mr. Jackson. We are going to investigate them, and we're going to have an independent investigation done by somebody named Mary Jo White, who used to be the former Security and Exchange Commission chairperson. A woman of incredible accomplishment and incredibly thorough at investigating, getting into detail, and she is also a forensic accountant. Do you ever hear these? She's a forensic accountant.
Yeah, didn't we talk? Yeah, we talked about that before, right? Yeah,
she analyzes it. Hugh Jackson was full of crap, is what we heard. Here's Adam Schefter talking about it.
Hugh Jackson, essentially the NFL, Mary Jo White, the independent reviewer, has looked over the material and determined that the claims that Hugh Jackson had made about the Browns losing games and wanting him to lose games were unsubstantiated. The NFL could not do anything despite its independent review to back those claims, and so there'll be no charges brought against the Browns organization. Mary Jo White came to that conclusion a short time ago, and so the issue right now appears to be closed.
Yeah, it's closed. So, I mean, he said he was paid and that he got bonuses and everything like that. So this woman's like, okay, let me see your accounting. I need to see your bank records. I need to see the Cleveland Browns bank records. And they were able to trace accordingly every single transaction between the Cleveland Browns and him. Every single one of them. He didn't get paid to lose games. He didn't get bonuses to lose games. How do you say something like that? How do you make that claim? Did he think that he wasn't going to be investigated?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did he think he was just going to be...
Why you were going to poke a billion-dollar industry and not expect them to do some
He went on
digging.
Sports Center. He went on NFL Network. And he went on and said, yeah, they paid me bonuses.
And Flores is probably the most disappointed person in the world today. You know, like the guy probably has a legitimate case, depending where it goes, whatever it may be. He was bold enough to come out and bring this to the forefront. And to have a guy that's supposedly on your side come out and lie and supposedly just make stuff up, it just shoots a total hole in your case if you're Brian Flores, just trying to rectify what it appears to be a wrong in the National Football League.
I said it that day, Bob, is that Brian Flores had the balls to step up and fight for what he thinks is right. And I believe Brian Flores' version of the story and the Miami version of the story, I bet it meets somewhere in the middle. That would be my guess. But the thing is, then somebody else jumps onto your and then discredits it. And then it somehow makes your claims look like they're not real. And for Brian Flores, I feel terrible for Flores.
Yeah, it sucks.
If whatever degree he's telling the truth. And Miami Dolphins have said flat out, here's our books. Here's my books. Stephen Ross, here's my personal books. Here's my go look for it if you tell me that I paid him to lose games. Because he's saying I'm not guilty. Now, the thing is, he could go, well, in a personal conversation, he was nudging me. And that could be true.
Sure.
That could absolutely be true. Hey, dude, I understand what kind of a tough job you're in right now. Wink, wink. I don't care if you lose this one. I don't care if we get a better draft pick. I believe both things can be true.
I mean, Doug got okay from his ownership.
Yes. And nobody's investigating that.
Yeah, because he wasn't paid for it. It was just like, hey, man, no pressure in this game.
But he was paid. I mean, he sort of was paid for it.
If you improve our draft position by
we're not going to hate
4 games, we won't hate it.
We're not going to hate going from 10th to 6th if we lose this game.
Yeah.
I mean, but poor Brian Flores. I mean, because his case is falling apart because of other idiots that got involved in it that are freaking lying to the NFL.
Yeah, it's just a case of people trying to do too much to help you out. And, like Brian Flores is probably like, I don't need your help, especially now.
Hey, the scariest book I ever read as a kid, and I hated it. My brother had it on a nightstand, and then I read it, and I couldn't sleep for weeks.
Curious George.
Was a book called Helter Skelter.
Oh, yeah. Charles Manson was obsessed with it, right?
And the book cover of Helter Skelter freaked me out with Charles Manson's face on it.
It was a movie also.
Yeah, and then I couldn't sleep for a week.
It was a song,
too. Well,
what? By the
really?
Beatles?
A song? Really?
No way.
Swear.
Wow. Well, in Cooney's Corner, Bob wants to talk about it. This is a strange topic today.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
I'm going to be scared if you do this topic.
Yeah, I thought a way that the Sixers had to get out and do something last night without Joel Embiid was to kind of play that helter-skelter style, was to let Tyrese Maxey get out and go and get the ball in James Harden's hand and start the offense moving forward as opposed to coming back to the ball. It just didn't work out all that well. Now, Maxey did show some good signs when he took off and ran, when he beat this guy off the dribble. I think the announcer said last night he's like a blur out there sometimes. That you need more of that. You needed more of that, but it also had to be offset with some decent outside shooting. Because when you go helter-skelter, when you're constantly running like that, you're drawing the defense to you. Never as a defender when you're getting back on defense and you see a guy coming 100 miles an hour, are you flaring out to shooters? It's just not your natural reaction. So when that helter-skelter comes, when the kick-out's there, you got to make shots. And they just didn't make shots last night. So I do think they have to up the tempo a little bit. I do think they have to get more of Maxey going 100 miles an hour and James Harden getting outlet passes going to the other basket, not coming back to the ball, if you know what I mean. They just have to make shots because there were open shots last night. Now, the Maxey pull-up from 30.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we can question that. And
Stop
that, you know.
it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, look, he did it. He did it here against Toronto, and they dropped, and then it was like, oh my God, this is phenomenal, and it carried a team to 130 plus points. So they have to get more movement going because they just don't have a set standstill offense, and they just didn't make shots last night.
Yeah, if they shot a simple 34% from deep last night,
They win the game.
They win the game.
Yep.
I mean. So if I'm looking for the optimism of game 2, there's no way they shoot that poorly again.
Yeah, but
5 more threes.
Yeah.
5 more.
But
they
I'll
go
come back
11
to
for
you.
34. They win the game.
Yeah, Miami didn't shoot well either. That's
well, that's
the
because
problem.
I really don't think they're that good. I understand how that sounds.
The Sixers are that good shooting.
I think if they play Boston or Milwaukee, they get boat raced. I think they lose 4-1. I think they lose in 5 or 6. I just don't think they're that good of a team. I think they're there still, even with last night. I still think they can be beaten.
Oh yeah, I absolutely.
They didn't impress me that much. The Sixers disgusted me. The Heat didn't really impress me. Is that fair?
It's fair. What worries me is the Heat didn't impress you and they won by 14. And you're right. The Heat weren't all that impressive last night. You take away offensive rebounding, that's probably, a down-to-the-wire game.
Charles Bassey found 2 boards in, 4 minutes?
Yes.
DeAndre Jordan got 2 boards in 19, whatever he played.
And as frustrating as he is, you bring in Paul Reed and you think, okay, infusion of energy. He gets a foul 3 seconds into the game. 3 seconds into the game, he gets a foul.
Yeah, it's not good.
That's good. Good analysis,
That's
Jamie.
not good.
Yeah, I mean,
good analysis.
We heard it that he doesn't really have a extreme basketball IQ. And, there's a good reasoning for Doc Rivers to be a little leery not to go with him. Not to the point of coming out and saying, I'm sticking with D. How about this? I think it was David Murphy for the Inquirer. Somebody wrote a column yesterday that I didn't read until after I left here. He was proposing that they start Matisse Thybulle.
I think it was Murph.
Yeah.
I think he wrote that one.
Not DeAndre Jordan, but Matisse Thybulle. Now, it's interesting because he is really good out in front of his zone. It's probably the best way for him to play defense is to be out front of a zone. Because, again, last night, letting guys get ahead of him, and then he, tries to block from behind, commits a foul, 3 points at the foul line. He lets people get by him too much when he's playing man. Zone, you keep guys in front of you. That's your principle. But you're taking away a rebounder and going small. I don't know. If I were Doc Rivers, I'm changing something up.
If you were Doc Rivers, you'd be telling us right now you'll get nothing and like it. Yeah. It was like Judge Smales last night.
I want a burger and I want an ice cream.
Hamburger, I want a soda. You'll get nothing and like it. So condescending. I don't know what's happened to Doc. I don't know what's
happened is his MVP is out.
Yeah, but Pat, he was he honestly, he's been a really condescending jerk at times.
Yeah, he's been
even
Glenn.
with Joel here.
Yeah, I know you won't. I started calling him Glenn when he acts like this because he just it's like, dude, we can all see it. Like, we're not all idiots. Most of us are, okay?
Right.
I'll throw my hand up, but to a man like Stevie Wonder can see that DeAndre Jordan is cooked. And for you to sit here
Did
and
I
tell
just
us,
hear that? Did you just make a Stevie Wonder joke?
I did make a Stevie Wonder joke.
Did I just hear that?
I did. Threw it on the table. That's not an 8 a.m. joke. That's a 6 a.m. joke.
Yeah,
but, like, we can all see that he's cooked, man. Like,
I don't understand. I don't know what's happened to Doc Rivers. And Bob, you know better than any of us. Everything I was told about Doc Rivers when I was coming to town and everything was like, oh, you're going to enjoy Doc. He's so good to deal with, and he's jovial, and he seems. I honestly, I'm not.
He had a good year. He's just been combative.
I'm actually worried about him because he seems like it's a complete change of personality, and I always worry when I see that with people.
Seems grumpy.
Like there's something going on.
Yeah,
because he's really not. He's not happy.
It's so outsiderish looking in, as we all know and we all admit.
Right.
and having been like there every day through a grind, you see why guys kind of get like they get. But I have been surprised, outsider looking in, I have been surprised a lot of times this year at the actions of them, yes.
All right, we have a lot coming up for you, including this. Do you believe in the era of a free pass? I'll take one if you got one. It's John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Mother's Day is Sunday. Saturday is Kentucky Derby Day at Parks Racing from the Pennsylvania Horse Racing Association and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horseman Association. Fashionable hats, thrilling horse racing, hand in hand this Saturday at Parks Racing. It's going to be a great event for your entire family. Only at Parks Racing in Bensalem. You can win terrific prizes for the best Derby hats, 5 categories: ladies, gentlemen, children, the fashionable duo, and the most creative. So bring your inner fashionista, and you can win up to a $250 Visa gift card, gift cards to Chickies and Pete's, and other great prizes from the Pennsylvania Horse Racing Association. Derby time at Parks Racing in Bensalem. This Saturday, May 7th, free family fun for kids of all ages. Gates open at 10 a.m. with live racing. Post time at 12:05. All ages are welcome. ParksRacing.com. Go to parks.com. Racingparks.com. Let's go racingparks.com. That's where you got to be 21. Place wagers. If you want to do that gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
Listen, I like kids, but this is not a kid's environment. This is like HBO. No limits.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Sure, any 2 slices of bread with something in the middle makes a sandwich. But what makes a Wawa hoagie a hoagie? Is it the roll? Perfectly crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside? The deli meats? Premium quality piled high? The fresh, crisp veggies, sauces, aiolis, spices, oil, and vinegar? Or is it getting it made with fresh mozzarella just the way you like?
Yeah, it's all of that.
Now you can add fresh mozzarella to any hoagie. Gotta have a Wawa. Right now, Wawa Rewards members earn twice as fast on hoagies through May 8th. Whatever sip you savor, Wawa's got you covered with the new cold brewed iced teas and lemonades. Flavors like mango green tea, black tea lemonade, and dragon fruit lemonade. And you can upgrade your sipping experience by adding mango-flavored popping bubbles to any tea or lemonade, because everything's better with popping bubbles. No matter what you're in the mood for, there's a tea or lemonade for you. Maybe even one with mango-flavored popping bubbles. Refresh with the new cold brewed iced teas and lemonades at Wawa.
You know, our pets may fight for screen time during an important video conference, or maybe steal our spot in bed. They might even knock everything off the dresser while staring you directly in the eye. But that's why we love them, and why the most loving pet parents choose Fuzzy to keep their pets happy and healthy. Fuzzy is a digital pet care service offering 24/7 attention from veterinary professionals and individualized treatment. If you're on a road trip and you need help calming down your co-pilot, or at home just wondering why your cat only drinks from the sink, there's always a vet ready to respond. Fuzzy even gives you product recommendations to keep joints healthy, coat shiny, teeth strong, and fleas far away. Every product is handpicked by their experienced vet team and personalized to your pet's needs. Fuzzy has everything for our pets because our pets are everything. For a limited time, when you visit yourfuzzy.com/Philly, you can become a Fuzzy pet parent for 7 days free. That's yourfuzzy.com/Philly, and ask their vets anything, get personalized pet product recommendations, and improve your pet's health for free.
Hey, it's Cuz. Springtime, the perfect time to get the team at LaBruciano Roofing out to your house and finally replace that leaky roof that's been battered by wind, by winter weather. Replace those drafty windows that aren't energy efficient, that end up jacking up your monthly bills. Don't trust just any company that does a roof, that maybe does a window. Trust Anthony and the true roofing and exterior experts at LaBruciano Roofing and Exteriors. The only roofing and windows expert that I trust. Anthony LaBruciano, his team, one of the few roofers in Montgomery, Chester, Delaware counties that has earned the prestigious honor of CertainTeed 5-Star Select Shingle Master. That means for you, the best warranty in the business, 50 years from the manufacturer, 25 years on the expert install. Check out their hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. Anthony LaBruciano will explain your options, give you the peace of mind that you're dealing with the best. PARoofPros.com or 610-265-ROOF. That's 610-265-ROOF. LaBruciano Roofing and Exteriors, the Shingle Master.
Now through May 10th, join a clean and spacious Planet Fitness for $1 down and only $10 a month. With tons of equipment and free fitness training, it's the perfect place for everybody to work out.
Even me, Mr. I can't sleep at night, so I keep dozing off during the day.
Especially you, Snoozy. You'll rest easier and feel fit-tacular.
Wait, how did you get in here?
Join in club or at planetfitness.com. $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Hurry, deal ends May 10th. See club for details.
You're the one everyone looks to for answers. Come rain or shine, the job must get done. And you're the one who makes it happen. We get you, Jackie in Fresno, putting your employee safety first. And Manny in Chattanooga, whose local Granger team knows him by name. We're here for you and all the ones who get it done with 24/7 customer support and access to product specialists to help you find what you need. Call, click Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Golf season is in full swing, and Montgomery County is groomed and ready. Celebrate the season with 97.5 The Fanatic, Anthony Gargano and Andrew Saltunis, broadcasting live at the annual Travel Rally Day and Monco Golf Classic, Monday, May 9th. Hosted by the Valley Forge Tourism and Convention Board at Green Valley Country Club in Lafayette Hill. Montgomery County is home to more than 50 of the most historic, beautiful, and challenging public and private courses in the Northeast. View the Montco Golf Guide and book your tee times directly at montcogolf.com.
When it comes to cybersecurity, the biggest threats don't always strike the biggest targets. So help safeguard your small business with Comcast Business Security Edge. It's advanced security that continuously scans for threats and helps protect every connected device on the largest, fastest, reliable network with speeds up to 10 gigs to the most small businesses. So switch today and get cutting-edge speed with advanced security and be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Comcast Business Internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Star Wars Night returns to CBP on Wednesday, May 4th at 6:45 when the Phils take on the Rangers. With the purchase of a theme night ticket, fans will receive an exclusive Phillies Boba Fett beanie. Order now at phillies.com/theme nights.
Just because the local team lost doesn't mean that you have to be a part of that. No. BetMGM, you can actually be a winner even though your favorite team ends up falling short. And you could be a winner within the first couple minutes of the game. Here's how it works. At BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks, they're offering NBA fans a great offer for the playoffs. All you have to do is download the BetMGM app, head to BetMGM.com, and register. When you do, they're going to ask you if you want to enter a bonus code, and just simply drop the name Pat Egan 200. That's it. Pat Egan 200. Place a $10 moneyline wager on any NBA playoff game, and if either team hits a three-pointer in that game, you'll win $200 in free bets. It is that simple. You can be cashing in $200 in free bets within the first few minutes of the game because this is the NBA we're talking about. You're going to see a lot of three-pointers hit throughout a game, but when the first one goes in, boom, you're a winner. You can't forget, though, you have to enter the promo code PatEgan200 to get in on this offer. And then you can take that $200, you can pop it around a daily promotion, a parlay selection feature, a boosted odds special. They have everything you could want at BetMGM, and it's all at the fingertips with the BetMGM app. So head to the app, head to the website, and don't forget when you register, PatEgan200 is the promo code you want to use. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 years of age or older to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions subject to qualification, eligibility requirements. Rewards issued and eligible free bets to site credit. Free bets expire within 7 days of issuance. If you're somebody who knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPEN, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Home of 76ers basketball and Flyers hockey.
Plug in.
97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Thank God this is radio, or you'd have to be looking at my face.
I'm too sexy for my shirt. On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Die Sonne singt John Kincade.
This should be our open song, Pat.
That's on Coach.
Is this that singer with the stringy hair?
I guess. His name's John Kincade.
Yes.
It popped up on my YouTube algorithm.
Stringer with the, he has very stringy hair, or he did back in the day. I don't know what he looks like now. 7 a.m. hours brought to you by the all-new Bet Parks app. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Check it on out there. It's hard. I can't There is one thing that I do get surprised at, is the fact that people get surprised. I don't find last night extremely shocking. I actually found leading at halftime was like, okay, that's really promising. And there's, I know some people enjoy the angst, the wallowing, I just got to get it off my chest and it ruins my next day. I'm more like looking to, okay, what can change in game 2? And Jamie, 5 made threes could change game 2.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I mean, if you shot 11 for 34, you win the game.
Yeah,
You win the game.
I mean, theoretically, yes.
No, factually, yes. You shot 11 for 34.
If they
you
make
win the
one, then maybe Miami. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, you probably do. It can't be that bad again.
Oh my God!
But
Miami will probably be better. As Bob put it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Don't play DeAndre Jordan. There's a start.
Yeah, they didn't get much out of Jimmy Butler at all last night. Now, I don't know if he had a wrist thing.
He seems hurt.
He went to the side. Did you guys see that? They went to the side and they went to his wrist. And then he came out, and his next 2 shots were air balls, and they were mid-range jumpers. So they didn't get a lot out of him. They got an awful lot out of Bam Adebayo and an awful lot out of Tyler Hero. And then after those 2 guys, what did you really get?
Here's where I want to start this hour. Is in the absence of Joel Embiid, even if Joel Embiid comes back with a mask on in game 3 and game 4, does it some way give this entire squad a free pass if they don't advance past Miami? Or should this be the acid test for Doc Rivers and other players on the roster that we evaluate and say, okay, this is what these guys really are? Because I got to tell you, I'm going to learn more about James Harden now with Joel Embiid out than I'm learning about James Harden with Joel Embiid in. I'm learning more about him, and what I'm seeing is, again, and I honestly feel like, Bob, I never feel like a basketball expert. I never portray myself like I'm a guy who, I really know this game deeply, extremely well. But I don't know what people see that are the James Harden camp that he's still an elite player. He's not an elite player. He has elite moments, but he's not an elite player in the NBA anymore.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
I'm holding out on him. I'm holding out judgment because I really do think there's a hamstring problem. There's something. The fact that I've said this over and over at the beginning of the year when he said I'm going to go out and score 30, and he does it 2 games in a row. He goes for 39 and 38, and here he's only taking 13 shots a game. Like last night reeked of a game that you needed James Harden to take 20 to 25 shots, and he didn't. And it's almost like because he feels that if he tries to, he's going to hurt the team more than if he doesn't. James Harden has a great, high basketball IQ, and I've gotten that from several respected people around the league. There's something going on that he doesn't think him trying to take over scoring for this team is the right thing to do right now. I'm pretty convinced of that, yeah.
There's a mistake being made. Then Doc Rivers is the coach of the team, and he says, tonight's the night. You need to shoot. Shoot the damn basketball. They were like, they're right after the game, before they went to the Phoenix game, they sat in the studio and said, how is James Harden not shooting the basketball? How does he go into that as a veteran player and not understand that he has to take over? They don't need, I don't know what it is. And more importantly, so the hamstring, he can't shoot?
I think he knows it. I think he knows he has to take over. I don't know if his body will allow him to. Now, look, I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert. No, is he elite? Is he the James Harden he was? Probably not at 34, whatever he is. But I just have this feeling that there's something that's keeping him from doing more. And it's not just age.
Yeah, I mean, you needed more from him last night, but he didn't. Maybe the Heat get some credit for how they tried to take the head away from the snake. Maybe it's, I don't know. He needed more than 13 shot attempts. That much is clear.
So, I mean, at least there's no explanation for that.
But when he's playing with Embiid, like, people can't expect Houston Harden anymore. He's not that player.
That guy was elite.
that guy's one of the greatest scorers to ever touch a basketball.
Correct. That's the guy. That's what's going to get him to the Hall of Fame.
I'm not to say he can be elite. He's a really good point guard.
I didn't say he's not really good. He's really good. He's not a great,
but I'm not.
He's not an elite player anymore. And they want to. And people are like, "Oh yeah, you got to lock him down to elite money and a max contract and all." I mean, it's crazy
You might kind of be forced to. I mean,
why? To justify that you traded for him?
Well, like take a Bradley Beal for example. He's got one. He's going to be the name that everybody. Go get Bradley Beal. What do they have to trade? They got nothing left in the cupboard. The picks are sparse. The talent is sparse. You need to fix a bench. You can't just go get a Bradley Beal that easily. So you might be locked into a year.
No, I mean, you're going to get locked into a year.
I mean, the dream is that he takes the option, but I don't think he's going to do that.
Yeah.
You're kind of in a rock and a hard place.
If they lock him down, I will say it again. I said it before. If they lock him down to a long-term extension, you're going to end up with another process. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a major mistake. But if he's actually hurt,
he can be a tremendous point guard for the team.
If you build up this bench a little bit, think if James Harden is, I'm going to hold out saying he's not elite right now. I'm not going to say he's not elite anymore. Maybe there is a hamstring issue, and maybe he will come back next year to be closer to what an elite player is. But if you have a good James Harden and a healthy James Harden and Joel Embiid, Tobias Harris, Tyrese Maxey, another year of growth, you imagine you put a little bit of a bench around that? I'm really, really comfortable with that. I am not comfortable with George Niang being your ace off the bench when he should be a three-point specialist on a really good playoff team. I'm not comfortable with DeAndre Jordan starting for you when Joel Embiid is out. They just have absolutely no bench whatsoever.
Yeah, that's my big problem.
How many moves are you going to make in one off season, though?
You need to make more than one or two.
Okay, and how many how
they've needed a bench for years, and this is the worst bench that they've had in quite some time. I tweeted jokingly at Jamie, I'm ready to talk myself into year 12 of Furkan and Shake Milton. Really taking the next step, but that's where we're at as a fan base, where you have to talk yourself into, Furkan, Shake Milton, and maybe Isaiah Joe can develop. They can't. They're not going to. So they need to go out and address the bench, and I think they tried to during the veteran buyout market, and they struck out with a few veterans that were bought out, but they need to seriously address the bench and put money into it.
I had a lot of text conversations last night about Daryl Morey. The big moves he's made, the Tyrese Maxey, the James Harden, they've been great. The minor moves that they've made have been dog bleep, and that's not good enough. You can't be extreme good on one, extreme bad on the other, and expect to middle out there. Like, the bad's probably going to weigh you down. And this bench is, it's pathetic.
Bad. Hey, Frank in Newtown joins us on The Fanatic. Good morning, Frank.
Great show. Love it. Love the talk. Unfortunately, we all saw a subpar performance by our Sixers, but I have to agree with John. I don't think that I don't think that Harden is elite anymore. He could be maybe a better player next year, but I think they're in trouble. I think, like you said, depth is a problem. I think they're not a well-built team, and I think for a lot of reasons. Obviously, the bad draft picks, injuries. They got to seriously think about doing a mini rebuild.
And Frank, you don't double down on bad decisions just to justify your bad decision. And nobody thought it was a bad decision when it happened.
You do in sports.
But you can't, though.
Oh, but you do.
It fails, though. It's a failed strategy to do that. You can if James Harden wants to opt in next year, I absolutely would love to see him opt in and see if there's some sort of, I believe it's complete mythology that he is still an elite player in the NBA, that he is still one of the top echelon guys. I believe he's the next level. Absolutely. But
might be the best you can do.
But I'm not paying him for what he was. I'm not doing that. It's bad math. It's bad science, and you end up screwing yourself.
Yeah, but you then have to recruit a free agent because you're not going to be able to trade for anybody. So you
can't recruit a free agent to play with Joel Embiid?
I haven't even looked at next year's class yet because I'm not mentally there. I don't think it's that good.
If Joel Embiid is truly the MVP, if he's truly this guy that is the greatest player on the planet that deserves the MVP, You can absolutely attract.
I don't know if you can do better than James Harden.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
And with Joel Embiid, James Harden could be a perfect point guard.
Well, I think that's logic that you just talked about.
Okay.
The MVP attracts talent. The reality is they've struck out on attracting talent many times. They've tried to get high-priced free agents in here, and they've met with guys.
Whose fault is it?
I don't think it's anyone's fault. I just don't think Philly is as desirable as a place as we think it should be or we think it is. And that pains me to say as a native Philadelphian who loves the city, but the reality is, like, guys have routinely picked other cities over us. So, I mean, look at Jokic. Like, is Jokic attracting top-level free agents? He's going to win his second straight MVP. I don't think so. You know, I think...
Well, I didn't think they'd been shopping for top-level.
No, I no, but...
Sixers had.
And the free agency class next year, I just pulled it up. It's trash bag water.
That bad?
Really? So these are the players with options. Kyrie, Bradley Beal, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, John Wall. Assuming Bradley Beal forces his way somewhere, Kyrie probably stays. The list after that is Gary Harris, Zach LaVine, Ricky Rubio, Andre Iguodala, Thaddeus Young, Joe Ingles, Nurkic, TJ Warren. Like, you're looking at a gross list. So you're not going to do better than Harden unless you can pull a trade out of your backside somehow.
You don't like LaVine?
I do, but...
I like LaVine.
I like LaVine.
But again,
water
for what he's going to get.
But the whole league's going to want him.
Okay.
So I can't say that the Sixers can just get him.
No, I'm not saying they can just get him, but the problem is...
But if you don't take Harden up, then you're taking that risk. And then that risk is setting you back to Joel Embiid, Tobias Harris, and hopefully an improved bench. And I don't know if that's good enough.
I think... I'm sorry, Pat. I think tweaking is more what's needed than overhaul.
I
do. I look, I'm sorry. That starting five that I just mentioned, I think is a pretty damn good starting five, which is even better if you have two or three capable guys coming off the bench. George Niang should be a specialist in this playoff series. We need some shooting. Let's get Niang 12 minutes in this series because the way they pack in his zone, it'll benefit him. He can't be a 25-minute a night guy off your bench. He's just not that good.
Hey, this week is Construction Safety Week. Safety means sending everyone home safe every day. Let's celebrate being connected and safe as one united industry. Sponsored by the Coalition for Construction Safety Week. I will double down and we'll revisit. And I swear to you, if you guys put us into basketball purgatory because of this, because
you
of
guys
speaking it into existence, that wanting to lock down Harden to a long-term max extension.
You're really going to blame us
if they do it
this
because
happens.
of you, because I think Daryl Morey listens to all three.
Okay.
I think
'Cause
he listens to you, Pat.
No, he doesn't.
Pat, I know for a fact he listens to you.
He doesn't listen to me.
No, how do you know you're not the favorite person on the show?
I'm relatively
I know
convinced.
that he's listened to this show. I absolutely for a fact know he has. I don't think he's listening for my basketball insights, so maybe it's Cooney. Maybe Cooney can save the franchise.
Way to go, Cooney.
Yeah, that's not a good idea either.
Bob, maybe you could.
I'll go over and help teach a zone, but I don't know if I can save a franchise.
By the way you were saying the understanding of zone, I'm thinking of Don DeJulia back at St. Annie's CYO. I mean, he know how to.
I was looking at highlights during our last break of last night's game, and you had a guy dribbling up at one point. Tyler Hero's on the right wing. It might have been Vincent dribbling up. And the two guys in the front of the 2-3 zone for the Sixers both went at the ball. Not to, attack it, but both thought their responsibility was to be on the ball. And all he did was pick up his dribble, threw it over to Tyler Hero, who was wide open, bang, three. And it's like, is there any talking? You have ball, I got this. It's you're matching up in a zone. You're not just playing an area. I don't know. I don't know. But it works.
I just played the area, and that's why my brother, would not play me late in games.
Yeah.
See, that's why I'd be...
Well, it takes time. It takes some practice.
Take time to learn it.
Doc doesn't have patience.
Let's do a 1-3-1 amoeba. Let's
None
get out
of the
there.
docs. I think it's when docs coach, they don't have patience. They absolutely don't.
Why don't you see the amoeba in the NBA, Bob?
I don't know.
Hey, man. All right, you want some really good news, Pat?
Yeah.
Your Phillies have another chance to get back to 500 tonight.
Whoopee.
Come on now.
No, and they should.
Come on now. Stop it. I can't. Guess what? I can't handle you and Anthony doing this.
I'm not. They should. But this is another example of they're playing a bad team.
All right.
And
every team gets to play bad teams.
Let me. Everybody relax. My point is, if they end up going out there and getting to 500 and winning this very winnable series, I'm going to have trouble getting excited because this is what they should do. And after the weekend that I just saw, it's tough for me to be. It's tough for me to shake those pom-poms, if you will, Johnny.
You know what's great, though, Pat, is you got a chance to get right back on the horse this weekend. Because what this Rangers series allows you to do is go up against a team that is really inferior, take care of business at home, swing the bats, get some things rolling, and then and get that home record up again. You got that home record to 8-5. That's not bad. Keep that going because you need to get 50 wins at home. You want to be a postseason team. You're probably going to need 50 wins. So I like that. Then you get another chance this weekend, Patrick. Thursday through Sunday, 4 games against the Mets.
Yeah.
So you get to get the bad taste out of your mouth of last weekend.
I get to get kicked in the balls again. Awesome.
See, now you're doing this.
I am. I'm being Negadelphian with this one. Yeah, I am. I apologize. I'm in a bad headspace.
You really are.
The bench and DeAndre Jordan did it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with them on the. I need to see them beat the good teams.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And
you
the
get
Mets
another
4-game
chance this
series.
What if they win 3 out of 4?
Then I'm very happy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if they play well all weekend and go 2-2, I'm not going to be upset.
Yeah, look, when you play a bad team, it's similar to basketball to me. It shouldn't matter who you're playing. You need to play tonight I need something really good out of Ranger Suarez. That'll make me feel good. It won't be, they beat a bad team. No, it'll be, all right, Ranger Suarez looked good, went 6, maybe 7 innings. Right. Things like that. Alec Boehm continued to be okay in the field. It's just little things to look to get the team building and getting better and better. That's what I look at even against these bad teams.
Well, the one thing is, and this is a spoiler alert out there, you may not know this, the Dodgers, the Braves, everything, they play the same crappy teams you do. And that's how they get to 90, 95, and 100 wins, by beating them. Everybody plays the crappy teams. So stop it with they won, but they beat bad teams. That's how the Dodgers get to 100 wins.
Sure.
That's how the Braves get to 95 wins.
How the Giants got to 107.
Teams. Right, by playing crappy teams, everybody plays them.
But those teams usually beat good teams also, and the Phillies haven't done that yet.
Yeah,
so there's the balance of the scales there.
I got you, but
did you also see what the pitching matchup is this weekend?
I'm telling you this.
Great.
They go McGill, Scherzer, and Bassett. I think.
I got to tell you, the people who fight the Negadelphia crap and people who say it doesn't exist, it's rampant. It's in the DNA.
No, there's a difference here. So if they go out there and they beat the Mets and they win a series against that pitching rotation,
right?
Then I'm on board. I haven't seen it yet. So for me to get excited about the possibility of, the team that just beat the brakes off of you is coming back into town this weekend, I'm not looking forward to that.
So your team, let's say you split a series.
Okay.
To the best team in baseball with the best rotation, the team that is rampaging right now, you've judged that, my team's not worth anything. This isn't. I'm saying, but this team isn't worth it. They're not worth it. They're not worth getting excited about. You went whoopee.
Yeah. Whoopee. They're playing the Rangers. I can't get up for the Rangers.
Okay.
The Texas Rangers?
Oh, get up, Pat. Come on, get up.
Walker, Texas Rangers.
Ivan Rodriguez isn't behind the plate. This isn't your father's Texas Rangers. Nolan Ryan's not on the bump.
Not negative at all.
Don't you look at my YouTube people. My YouTube people back me on this.
Yeah, there's no negative.
Well, you are catching him the morning after a Sixers loss.
Kevin Kincade the other day, I was getting on him with Crossing Broad. He writes a piece after the Eagles have the draft they had the first 2 nights. And he's writing this piece about, but look at all the holes. Look at the secondary holes. Look at you literally have just had across the NFL Network, ESPN, everybody going, okay, the Eagles hit it out of the park the last 2 days. They have transformed things. They've really taken a step forward into becoming a more legit contender. And it's like, but look what we didn't get. Let's not talk about what we did get. Let's talk about what we don't have. And to me, it's so negative.
You're being negative about the Negadelphia.
I am. You're right.
Well, double negative makes a positive, so it's all positive.
See, Bobby?
That's just chemistry.
I'm just.
Hey, the all-new BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app is the official presenting partner of the Sixers playoffs. Download the app or go to betparks.com. You got to be 21 in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Adam Schefter makes a special appearance with us today. He has a conflict tomorrow due to a flight.
Come on, man.
Due to a flight, Adam. I didn't make the flight for you. I know you don't make your own travel plans. I know how much of a hassle that is. I guarantee it would too. He doesn't get to make his own travel.
You don't think so?
No, you have to use ESPN travel.
Oh, I know, but he doesn't make his own.
No, but you tell them, but they make it for you.
Oh, okay.
Though.
Wow, I didn't have that luxury when I had to do all
they
my
have
traveling.
they have a great travel agency,
Wow.
but you don't get to choose like if they can find you this flight.
Yeah, they fly you on TWA.
Yeah, is it TW?
Yeah, they fly you TWA.
Really? Better than the one. What was the one that everybody was losing their bags this weekend?
There's one that everyone's losing their bags?
Yeah, there was a story I saw in the news where
it happens.
Bags got sent for one flight to another. Like one of the carts. They
That's
got
why you
sent
never
from
check
one
the
place
bag.
to another place. Yeah, Bob doesn't like checking the bag.
Nope.
These two.
All right.
And they're checked bags. Weirdos.
I know we're going to debate this one next because he's one of the golden children and he can't be criticized. It's the John Kincade Show. Stick around here on 97.5 The Fanatic. With Mother's Day on Sunday, it's still time for you to get the best gift for Mom. Those grocery store flowers, she's going to know that you stopped on the way to her house and you didn't put any thought into Mother's Day. How about getting her one of the beautiful gold-dipped, long-stemmed roses trimmed in pure 24-karat gold, like Steven Singer's Creamsicle Rose, his new exclusive color at IHateStevenSinger.com. I promise you, Mom knows when you dropped off when you went to the grocery store or you went to the pharmacy on the way there and grabbed the card and grabbed like the first thing you could find for her. This is your last chance, though. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com. View his entire inventory of the beautiful 24-karat gold dip roses starting at just $59, and it can be delivered in time. If you order it by 2 o'clock tomorrow, it can arrive with free shipping for Mother's Day. The roses are beautiful. The thought is even better, and Mom knows you cared. You know how you care? Go to IHateStevenSinger.com.
The John Kincade Show.
Uh-oh. Looks like I'm in for a bad hair day.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia celebrates Military Appreciation Month, honoring and thanking all of those in Philadelphia sports who have served and sacrificed.
Harry Kalas, one of the greatest voices in Philadelphia sports history, Kalas always dreamed of becoming a play-by-play announcer. He never lost focus even while serving in the military. Drafted into the Army after graduating from the University of Iowa, he served for 2 years in Hawaii. Then in 1961, he became the sports director for Hawaiian radio station KGU.
Military Appreciation Month, proudly supported by your local Train heating and air conditioning contractor. Visit Train.com to find a certified dealer near you and 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hi, I'm Patrick Fingles, owner of New Look Home Design. Let's be honest, getting a new roof is not easy. You got to call contractors and hope they call you back. You got to get 3 estimates. Then you got to figure out how you're going to pay for it. Well, at New Look, it's different. Schedule a same-day, on-site, or virtual estimate. All estimates come with a free 3D rendering of your roof so you know exactly what it's going to look like. And we give you line-by-line pricing so you know exactly what you're going to pay for. Plus, it's a great time to save. Most contractors will let you pay half up front for the roof and the other half later. At New Look, we let you pay half later and the other half never. Through May, only pay for half your roofing materials and pay the other half later with interest-free financing. Call 800-279-5300. That's 800-279-5300. NewLookHomeDesign.com. It's the easy way to roof.
Hey, it's cuz, listen, you've tried all the usual weight loss gimmicks. You've counted points. You've eaten nothing but protein. You've drank nothing but shakes. And none of it's worked. But one to call, 855-5NJ-DIET, can change all of it. With NJ Diet, you can lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Their program starts with bioenergetically personalized supplements based on your hair, saliva, and blood work. Then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to create your ideal diet plan and workout regimen to help you keep the weight off. You're not sure you can do it alone? NJ Diet's with you every step of the way. You're fully monitored by their certified staff to make sure you're burning fat and not just losing water. You'll also get the doctor's personal email and phone number. NJ Diet's all natural, no shots, no hormones, no surgery, no dreaded prepackaged foods. Locations close by in Newark, Delaware, Cherry Hill, King of Prussia, from home with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or log on to NJDiet.com. Go to NJDiet.com diet.com and lose the weight for good.
Hey, what's going on? My name is Rob Jenners, and I am a graduate of the Connecticut School of Broadcasting, which is now the CSB Media Arts Center. I've been living my dream doing sports radio for about 20 years now, and CSB trains you in all levels of media: broadcast, digital, TV, radio, podcasting, and even includes job placement assistance. Learn from expert instructors like me in just about 8 to 16 weeks. We're not talking about months or years, and it's all VA approved. Find a campus near you. Visit GoCSB.com.
Connecticut School of Broadcasting is now the CSB Media Arts Center. I'm Taylor Morgan, a proud CSB grad. The instruction from true media pros and the connections that I made spawned a career that's lasted more than 30 years. What you can learn in just 2 to 4 months at CSB Media Arts Center can set you on a whole new path. Train on site or online with classes in radio, TV, podcasting, video, all that is media. There's a campus in nearby Cherry Hill. Get your start. Visit GoCSB.com.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead. With Fidelity Income Planning, we'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and build a straightforward plan to generate income, even when you're not working. A plan that gives you the chance to grow your savings and create cash flow that lasts. Plus, you can start, stop, or adjust your plan at any time without the unnecessary fees. Talk to us today so we can help you go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Jose, how much longer till this dough's ready?
No one can bake gluten-free vegan goodies better than Surrey.
Wait, both Jim and Marion's last days are the same day?
But he needs to whip up a new shift lead without interviews burning his time.
Gotta get interviewing before my calendar is cooked. Oh, can you stop?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard, so you can stay organized and connected all the way to the hire. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey there, casino fans. I'm here to let you know that the new BetRivers.com casino app is here. It's got lots and lots of exciting slots and table games to play, fast payouts, and a rewards program you'll love. Plus, with award-winning customer service, the excitement never stops. So get ready, casino lovers, to experience the BetRivers.com difference you can trust. It's a whole new game. Download it today.
Presented by Rivers Casino, Philadelphia. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you manage a facility with a pool and your swimming pool's pumps aren't ready for the summer season, the only thing you'll be swimming in are complaints. Pool pumps need to be inspected and serviced prior to opening to keep the water clean, safe, and circulating. Trust Pump Man Philly to inspect, troubleshoot, repair, rebuild, and maintain your building's pool pumps and other water and wastewater pump systems. Call Pump Man Philly at 833-559-PUMP or visit pumpmanphilly.com. Pump Man Philly, the guys to know to fix your flow.
Save on your avocado toast and guacamole staples at Whole Foods Market. Get 2 large avocados for $4 through May 3rd, plus an extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last. Learn more on the Whole Foods Market app.
Get ready for more Philly with the new tomato pesto grilled cheese sandwich from Dunkin'. Oven-roasted tomatoes and delicious pesto spread with white cheddar cheese on sourdough bread. More of the ingredients you love so you can get more out of every day. America runs on Dunkin'. Limited time offer. Additional charges may apply.
Yo, Philadelphia, Anthony Gargano here with my childhood friend, Bob Marino, now president, Huntington Valley Bank. Bob's still on the board of directors at Spring Garden Lending. But, Bob, who's the new voice?
Yo, Ed, I have a superstar for you. Meet Spring Garden Lending's new president, Andy Racklin, a national leader in finance and economic development.
Andy, great to meet you.
Hey, man, happy to be here.
What's your game plan?
Look, it's to grow Spring Garden Lending. We're going to increase the number of markets we serve. We're going to increase the products we offer, and we're going to maintain the positive impact we have in our communities.
Now, I know you specialize in bridge loans to acquire, rehab, construct, and refinance properties to rent or flip.
Yep, and we have 30-year fixed-rate perm financing, too.
What attracted you to Spring Garden Lending?
Spring Garden Lending has a proven track record of supporting small developers who are often challenged with finding a square deal through traditional sources.
A leg up, huh?
Absolutely. Our borrowers are the backbones of their communities, and their success is our success.
Bob's a GOAT! Spot on, man. Handing the ball to Andy. He's a champ. Good hands at Spring Garden Lending.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Broad Market, 22nd and South, and Cooney's Corner. Where else would you want to hang out? Back to the John Kincade Show.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
It's the John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Adam Schefter arrives in under 10 minutes. a post-draft review with Adam Schefter. And we'll find out why Adam Schefter didn't tell us about A.J. Brown. My first question. Why didn't you spill the tea, Adam?
Oh, goddamn.
Yeah, be ready for it, Adam. None of these softy questions on you.
Well, come on, man.
What do you want from me? Don't be bitching and complaining to me.
Howie Roseman doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, we'll find out if you think he does after that.
Typical Adam, always deflecting.
He's deflecting. And, I mean, he's coming on early, too. Keep him on hold, Pat. Make him sit another 10 minutes on hold there. You just let him have his say there. So I want to remind you that the Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament's coming up at the beautiful Penn Oaks Golf Club in Westchester, Pennsylvania, that I've driven by like 50 times since I've been in my new home, and I can't wait to play it.
Weren't we just up there recently?
We were right near there. Yeah,
right near the PJs,
right? At the
right?
PJs,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
It's being presented by the McDade team at Cross Country Mortgage. If you want to play in this incredible 2-day event, it includes an exclusive pairing party, player and celebrity soiree, a silent auction and award ceremony. Appearing and playing in the tournament, guys like Brandon Graham, Brian Westbrook, Trey Thomas, Donovan McNabb, Brent Selleck, Brian Dawkins, and more. So go to 97.5thefanatic.com right now. Go to our website, 97.5thefanatic.com now for your chance to win your way in. All proceeds will benefit the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation, dedicated to bringing transformational moments to young people in underserved communities. So make sure that you get in on that one. I know it's going to be attacking one of the, because it is, and then it is attacking in a way, one of the absolute golden boys. Can't do it. Tyrese Maxey was awful last night. And it's just, when you get to a certain level of expectation, Tyrese has been spectacular. He has been absolutely amazing. But the young man, too much. Too much. You were trying to do too much last night. And that's what you're trying. He was trying to be Tommy tried too hard last night.
But it was called for him to try a lot.
You don't have to try poor shot selection. It was poor shot selection. As was pointed out in the broadcast, Grant Hill's going, I don't know why he's choosing those shots. He brought up because the last 3 attempts that he's made, he had open space in front of him, and he's choosing to take shots that are, too far. And it didn't make sense when he had space. When they were attacking the basket last night, when they drove the lane, they were having success. It's how they got back into the game last night. Not chucking up threes and ill-advised threes. Tyrese is so much better when he's attacking. And then when he's attacking, then he gets more space, and then he gets the opportunity to actually take more legitimate threes. You're not Steph Curry yet. I know you want to be. Last night was bad. And they pointed it out, Grant pointed it out on the broadcast, and I thought he was very sort of a boring broadcast. But he pointed out various times, he goes, why are you shooting there? What are you doing? You have real estate. Go, and I believe that's the term he used. You have real estate. Get closer to the basket. And then pull up if you want to.
Yeah, two of the deep threes, I was kind of like, oof. I'm not sure about that. But again, he's been a 50% shooter since the All-Star break from 3. I think second in the league. Jamie, you were on top of that, I think.
He finished third.
He made those shots against Toronto, and we praised him for it and loved him for it, and it's part of a 38-point effort. There's somewhere in between, John. I agree. There was 2 of them that I was like, At the same time, I kind of was reading what he was trying to do. I do think he was the team's number 2 offensive option last night after Tobias Harris, because James Harden, again, only took 13 shots.
The number 1 offensive option for the team decided to subjugate his role.
Yeah.
And said, I don't want to do it. That's all I can guess is that James Harden last night, I don't want to do it. I don't want to play.
I don't think, all right, can it real quick? I don't think it's I don't want to do it. I don't think I can do it.
Where was James Harden from Game 6?
Yeah, he drove very well in that game.
So why can't he do it?
Because there's a guy called P.J. Tucker who's one of the best defenders in the league. He's really, really good. And then Bam Adebayo might be the best defensive big man in the league.
Okay, so let me round back. So he doesn't think I can succeed against P.J. Tucker?
Well, I don't think he can be that 30-point-a-night guy that maybe Doc Rivers was looking for with his body right now. There's something to it. Look, an elite player, a guy that could score as much as James Harden did before, doesn't just all of a sudden say, nah, I think I'm only going to take 13 shots. I just do believe that there's something going on with his body that he thinks would hurt the team more if he tried to do more.
But Thursday night, what got them into this next series was him ignoring that and doing the opposite.
Maybe he was on those goofy Canadian painkiller Tylenols.
222s.
Yeah, maybe he was taking some of those and feeling good.
They're the best.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, he as great as
you can't drink with them though. They make you
That's
vomit.
fine.
You vomit immediately.
That was such a big thing when we used to go up to Toronto about
the
who was getting
222s?
all the whatever. I never knew what
There's
they
the
really
famous
were.
Chris
You get them
Berman.
you get them over the counter
Yes.
in Canada. You can't get them here. It's ridiculous that you can't get them here. You will feel great with 1 222.
Well, maybe we need to
Aspirin?
get James some in Miami.
They're aspirin, they're caffeine, and they're codeine. But you cannot drink with them. If you drink with them, you will projectile vomit. Pat, you're not a drinker, so you could down a couple Shirleys and have yourself a 222, and you will not feel any pain.
And the other difference, too, in Game 6 was Joel Embiid was there. That's a major factor in this. I mean, Eric Spoelstra's able to focus down and clamp down on James Harden with P.J. Tucker's, with help defense. I mean, the one charge call was a joke. P.J. Tucker was moving his feet, but that's irrelevant. But when James Harden isn't there, all the pressure, like if you remove James Harden, then you're just left with Tobias and Tyrese. And if I'm Eric Spoelstra, I take my chances with that. Tobias can't play much better than he did last night. He was awesome. So if I'm Eric Spoelstra, I want to remove James Harden too, and it's easy with no Joel Embiid.
Yeah, in that Game 6 also, Harden only took 12 shots. As great as he was offensively, he only took 12 shots in 42 minutes. He had 22 points, 15 assists. Now,
I'm
the assists are
talking
going to be
about the
taken away.
aggressiveness.
I hear you.
And they were saying, every analyst on the game last night on the panel saying, why is James Harden not shooting the basketball? Why is he not attacking the hoop?
He didn't have the space he normally
And by
has.
the way, he handles the basketball right now too like a grenade.
Yeah,
When
his
he gets
handle's
in
a
any
little
kind of-
off.
A little.
He's putting the ball out in front of him
4
too
and 5
much.
times.
Yeah.
The ball's flying around there like he's handling a bomb.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're
Good
all
one,
right.
Pat.
We're
The
all
deep
right
side,
on
thank
this.
you for that.
Yeah, it's no one's wrong. My big concern is the fact that are you going to get that from Tobias Harris every single game?
He's
Can
been
you
their
count on
best
that?
player.
Now he has, but I expected that to be James Harden. That's my big concern. Is I expected James Harden to be what Brooklyn got when KD was out, the guy who kind of took over and scored 30 and was the primary scorer, and I didn't get that. And I don't know, even though Tobias Harris has been their best player, I don't know if I feel comfortable counting on that in Game 2. And you have to also give credit to P.J. Tucker because Bob alluded to it earlier. He took away a lot of options for James Harden and made life miserable for him, and that's his goal.
But if you were an elite player at the top of the NBA,
Yeah, you can get shut down.
Yeah, but you go at it. You take the chance. You still attack. You still are the one who tries to say, I'll impose my will. I'm every bit as good as you, if not better.
I think he tried early on, and then second half he was just...
Oh, my gosh.
He was invisible.
Hey, real estate developers, Spring Garden Lending specializes in bridge and permanent loans that help you acquire, rehab, construct, and refinance your investment properties. It's Spring Garden Lending, faster than a bank and less expensive than hard money lenders. The excitement over, if you were just to say, I only saw around 20 minutes of NFL Live yesterday because I was trying to get it done after coming home and playing golf and eating dinner and everything. And doing laundry, which is always fun. Can't wait tomorrow.
Yeah, I did 3 loads last
Do
night.
not like doing laundry. That the love for the Eagles is something that is just very. I mean, they did a topic yesterday of have the Eagles jumped the Cowboys in the division? Have the Eagles, with what the Cowboys have lost and what the Eagles have gained, are the Eagles better than the Cowboys in the division?
I can't say that until I see
They didn't. They said
Jalen Hurts 2.0.
But they also thought that it was razor thin. That it's
closer.
That they believed Dallas is still there, but the Eagles have gone like this. While Dallas has taken one little step back, the Eagles have taken 2 steps forward.
Yeah, I mean, everything boils down to quarterback play.
We'll go to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business keep you ready for what's next. We bring Adam Schefter on with us. And Adam, can you be honest with us now? Did you have any inkling about A.J. Brown? And were you holding out on us last week?
Well, I will say this. You asked me last week what would be the blockbuster move, and I believe we had bad reception and bad sell in one area.
Yes, you did. And you had told us that.
I did say to you, I was right on one hand and I was wrong on the other. I was right in the sense that I said to you, I did not expect the Eagles to trade one of their future first-round picks. I believe I said that to you, right? Like bold like that they had worked too hard to build up their draft capital to trade it. Okay, so thinking and knowing that, I would not have expected that they would have been able to do something like they did. I had heard about A.J. Brown. Let's see. We did our thing, what day, Wednesday?
We did it Wednesday.
I didn't know that they were going to be making that trade then. No, I did not. And so I figured they could move up. And when we were talking, I thought they could move up a little bit, which is exactly what they wound up doing, by the way, right? But again, holding on to the one next year. And then the A.J. Brown thing picked up steam, I think, certainly later Wednesday into the day Thursday. And I was thinking of you in the sense that you had said, what's going to be the major headline that we talked about out of this draft? And usually the Philadelphia Eagles are involved in something. So there's always a chance it'll be them, but I did not expect them to make the type of splash that they did on Thursday night.
Adam, were the Eagles competing against other teams in that trade?
Didn't sound that way. And look, first of all, I think that there are a select number of teams here that have been calling about other wide receivers. Like I think the Jets inquired about Deebo Samuel, as people talked about, DK Metcalf, whoever it may be. It seemed like the AJ thing kind of came together quickly. It seemed like he was interested in playing in Philadelphia with his good friend Jalen Hurts. It seemed like the Eagles could have the ability to make it happen, assuming that the player, the wide receiver that the Titans wanted would be on the board, which he was. And it just kind of was like a perfect storm. I don't know of any other teams. There may have been that bid on A.J. Brown.
Is it clear? Is it clear, Adam? Do you believe from the intelligence that you have gathered that if Jamison Williams had been able to be drafted, if they could have gotten him, then the A.J. Brown was the fallback trade? Because that's sort of how.
I don't.
So you do not believe that?
Right. No, I do not believe that to be the case. I believe that A.J. Brown was in play and it was moving along, and they were going in that direction. I don't view A.J. Brown as a fallback plan. You get a receiver like that. How is that a fallback off a guy as great as he could be who's coming off an ACL?
So that leads me to question, Adam. You say that there was really nobody else in the hunt with this trade. Why? Is there something about A.J. Brown that maybe we haven't really heard yet, or is there more to something that maybe we've heard little about?
Wanted a new contract. The market rate for wide receivers had exploded. The Titans' offer wasn't close to that.
But only one team?
Well, again, I think it was a fast-moving trade that came together. And so there might have been more teams in, but by the way, I don't care if there's one team or there were 10 teams. Like, Tennessee didn't have to trade him. Tennessee could have said, no, we're going to be very happy to go play this season with A.J. Brown on the contract that he's on, which would not have been a good situation for anybody because he wanted a new deal. Like, it's what the Niners are dealing with Deebo Samuel. You'd rather not have to deal with it, but you're not just going to give away your guy. So when it comes up and Treylon Burks is available in Tennessee, you could see, I don't think they were very happy about having to trade A.J. Brown, okay? But they recognize that they're in a tough business situation. They lacked the type of cap flexibility that the Eagles had because they had given all their resources, their money, to Ryan Tannehill, Derrick Henry, Bud Dupree, Harold Landry, all the Taylor Lewan, all the players that they've given out big deals didn't have as much cap flexibility. And now A.J. Brown wants one of these mega monster wide receiver deals that they're really not in a position to give as much as they like the player. And so it's not like A.J. Brown could have all these conversations going on with all these teams when everybody's trying to get ready for the draft. It just was a fast-moving thing that came together, and the Eagles were able to pull it off. And I don't care that it was one team. I don't care that it was more. I don't know the exact number, and it doesn't matter to me that it's one.
Right.
They got an elite 24-year-old wide receiver, and they paid to get him financially. but they got the guy.
And Adam, I told you before, I got very good ears all over Athens, and I had gotten told over and over again that the Eagles were, if not the most active organization, but the most, that they had swarmed Athens, Georgia, and studying that roster. And they come away with 2 dogs, and then the Kobe Dean pick still baffles people as to how he lasted that late. What do you know about the injury concerns that were causing other teams to shy away from him, and why did the Eagles pull the trigger? By the way, we're all thrilled that they did. I can't believe they got him.
But let me say this. I don't watch a lot of college football. I just don't. I had this conversation with another GM the other day.
Well, you're a Michigan fan. I can understand it.
Ouch.
That's not right, Adam.
I'm not insulted. You know, I feel very strongly about my school. People can say whatever they want.
It's a great school, yes.
I don't watch a lot of college football, but I remember putting on the Michigan-Georgia game, and it was the first time I really sat down to watch Georgia. And it took me all of about one defensive series before I was like, who is that guy? And it was Nakobe Dean. Like, that guy was just popping off the screen. There are certain guys that just make plays. The NFL thought as much of the guy to invite the guy to the draft. So clearly in their consensus and their reporting and their intel, it's a situation where I think everybody thought he was great. Now, I think there are some people that marked him down for his size. There's some people that might have marked him down for the pec. But the Eagles didn't have those medical concerns on him. Now, you know, maybe he'll get hurt, but maybe any player will get hurt. The guy, to me, is a Jonathan Vilma type linebacker.
Oh, I love hearing that.
And and that is the analogy that somebody used to me the other day on me. He is just like Jonathan Vilma. And I mean, of course you're going to pick somebody like that if you had the chance, where the Eagles did. Like, it's a no-brainer to me. And if I had said to you when we spoke last week, hey, you'll come out of this draft with Jordan Davis, you'll come out of this with Nakobe Dean, you'll come out of this with A.J. Brown.
Oh, my gosh.
Come out of this with the other.
It's an absolute home run. I wanted Kyle Hamilton when they traded up. I thought they were going to take Kyle. I wanted to see them take Kyle Hamilton. But Jordan Davis, it's not like I didn't want them to pick him. I just preferred Kyle Hamilton, but he ended up in a great spot with the Ravens.
Adam, the Honey Badger goes to New Orleans yesterday. No surprise that they probably had the inside track, being where he's from. One, were the Eagles involved in that in a real serious manner in the final stages? And two, what's the next plan that you might think of for safety and or cornerback for this team?
Well, I think that they believed all along that he was going to go to New Orleans. So can you say that they were involved? No. Like, do I think that the Eagles did anything in the last 48 hours to make a push on Tyrann Mathieu? No. They believed fully that he was going to New Orleans all along. And so they initially visited with him a few weeks back or whenever that was, but I think they recognized where he was destined to wind up and didn't have any expectations or pretense that he would be in Philadelphia. It wasn't like they stepped up their offer at the end or anything like that.
All right,
they recognized that New Orleans was going to be the landing spot.
Now we're going to wait 8 days or so for the NFL schedule release on the 12th. Is there any kind of manipulation that do you have any kind of pull? Because I have sort of a list. Can I send it over to you? I have sort of a list of how I'd like the Eagles' schedule to play out. Anything like that?
Mexico City, Arizona game.
Do you have any pull for that?
Thanksgiving.
Did the Eagles play Mexico City this year?
They are rumored to be with the Arizona Cardinals.
Cardinals have the home
when Shefty
game.
says that, I think he knows more. You can't fool us, Shefty.
No.
Breaking news.
Wait, yes, Schefter said. No, we would like, by the way, we all would like a Thanksgiving game. We're all in here.
I like Thanksgiving
could
games.
you swing they play at Detroit again, I believe.
Yes.
So could you swing us for the Thanksgiving game? We would prefer the Detroit game, and then we can have late Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, that works out well. Like, I always think it's fun to play a Thanksgiving Day game, and I've gone to a number of them through the years of doing this for the length of time that I have. And the interesting thing, the wise thing that the NFL has done here is that they used to announce the schedule a week or two before the draft, and now they just wait for the full body of work to come in. The full body, right? Let's see who the draft yields. Let's see what other storylines come out of that. Oh, like DeAndre Hopkins is out the first 6 weeks, so like it wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden they nudge back Arizona to a little bit later when they were on national TV. I mean, just little things.
No, we'd like that game early if you could arrange that. We'd like that while DeAndre Hopkins is out.
Yeah,
Come on.
You want to play the Cardinals before
Yes,
the first 6
yes.
weeks of the
Yeah, we'd
season,
like to get that if you could
Imagine that.
If you could do that, Adam, I mean, if you're going to be useful to us here, let's have a little help.
Come on, Shefty.
Come on, Shefty. Let's see you throw the clout around. You got the new contract. Throw it around a little bit.
I do. I don't have a new contract. I have great respect for Howard Katz, the NFL schedulings are, and we can see we can call Howard and try to
Thank you.
Be a little persuasive if you want, if that means anything to you.
It does. It means a lot to us. Adam, thank you so much. You mean a lot to us too. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey guys, congratulations!
Great week. See, there you go.
That was fantastic. They really did a great job.
It's going to be a better fall for us. So thanks, Adam. We appreciate it. Adam, join us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. And our friends at Martin Law want you to know they're Philly's original law firm for injured workers. Schedule a free consultation today at paworkinjury.com. Or would you rather have the first Dallas game be Thanksgiving? See,
that'd be cool.
The 4:30 game would be better because then I like the Thanksgiving meal. If I said to you right now, ideal time to eat the Thanksgiving meal, to me, the ideal time is like 2 o'clock.
I'd go later. I'd go like 3:34.
Like a little later.
Yeah,
so you don't want. So you want it before
fill up on apps at lunchtime, then you hit the dinner, and you're good for the night.
Then you hit the dinner.
Yeah.
You got to go to the football game too. See, I'm going to the football game, doing the tailgate there.
Oh, you have that in the morning
first,
too.
yeah, because my son and I catch up together.
There you go.
Do that. So,
all right, we got a lot coming up, including Devon Givens' 3-pointer. Can't wait to hear Devon's thoughts because Devon is very much, very measured, very thoughtful. But I got to imagine he's feeling a little. It's gotten under his skin what he saw last night. We'll get to that coming up in the next hour. It's the John Kincade Show. Thanks for being with us today here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I know my friends at College have student loans, and if you have a college-bound student like I do, you're probably dealing with a lot of mixed emotions right now. Graduation's coming up Saturday the 21st for us, and Olivia's already made her choice. She's going to be at Temple University right here in town. But a lot of you are wondering about where the stress is going to be relieved from that upcoming tuition bill. You got to buy textbooks, dorm room shopping, and more. That's why I recommend to you visiting collegeav.com because they're going to take the stress out of paying for college with private student loans that fit your family's budget and goals. But you go through this process with your ascending college student. So you can find out what the student loan's going to look like, how it's going to work for you, and how it's going to work for them, too. And when they're on the site, they can enter to win the $1,000 monthly scholarship. They choose a new winner every single month. It's collegeav.com, a better student loan experience. You're going to breathe a lot easier knowing how you can pay for it and how it can be economical. There's no purchase necessary to enter the College Ave Scholarship Contest. So see official rules for details. Go visit my friends at collegeav.com.
The John Kincade Show.
God, I am so sick of this crap.
Is this the show?
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
If you're a small business, there are lots of choices when it comes to your internet and technology needs. But when you choose Comcast Business Internet, you choose the largest, fastest, reliable network. You choose advanced security for total peace of mind. And you choose fiber solutions with speeds up to 10 gigs available to more small businesses than any other provider. That's virtually everywhere we serve. The choice is clear. Get unbeatable business solutions from the most innovative company. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Get started with Internet and Voice for $35 each a month when you buy both with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to get up to a $700 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Call or go online today to learn more. Requires enrollment in automatic payments and paperless billing. Prepaid card offer ends 5/22/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business customers only. Limited to Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and 1 voice line. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, installation, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change during and after term agreement. May not be combined with other offers. Most innovative company based on American Business 2021 Gold Stevie Award.
Hi, I'm Patrick Fingles, owner of New Look Home Design. Let's be honest, getting a new roof is not easy. You got to call contractors and hope they call you back. You got to get 3 estimates, then you got to figure out how you're going to pay for it. Well, at New Look, it's different. Schedule a same-day, on-site, or virtual estimate. All estimates come with a free 3D rendering of your roof so you know exactly what it's going to look like. And we give you line-by-line pricing so you know exactly what you're going to pay for. Plus, it's a great time to save. Most contractors will let you pay half up front for the roof and the other half later. At New Look, we let you pay half later and the other half never. Through May, only pay for half your roofing materials and pay the other half later with interest-free financing. Call 800-279-5300. That's 800-279-5300. NewLookHomeDesign.com. It's the easy way to roof.
NBA 2K Esports is back and better than ever as the 5th season kicked off this past week. The NBA 2K seasons were originally in person and now return to form. But for the first time, it's not being held in New York. The 8 in-person events will be happening in Indianapolis. Indy becomes a top esports city as teams are battling it out for a $2.5 million prize pool.
The latest esports and gaming news. Find it online at checkpointxp.com.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare information guide absolutely free. Call 800-791-1313. That's 800-791-1313.
Something you probably do know. Progressive can not only offer you a great price when you bundle home and auto, they offer you round-the-clock protection. Something you probably don't know, the average oak tree branch can hold 70 pounds. Something you probably do know, your neighbor is building their kid a treehouse. Something you probably don't know, a falling treehouse would take out your whole fence. Bundle your home and auto with Progressive and get more than a great price. Get round-the-clock protection. Something you know for the things you don't know. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Now through May 10th, join a clean and spacious Planet Fitness for $1 down and only $10 a month. With tons of equipment and free fitness training, it's the perfect place for Join in club or at planetfitness.com. $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Hurry, deal ends May 10th. See club for details.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. Mother's Day is almost here, and whether you are shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whoever it might be, Family Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and most importantly, their service. Go see the experts and find the perfect gift for that special woman in your life. Route 70, Marlton, New Jersey, or online at FamilyJewelers.com, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
It's a fact. Only 0.0001% of people will ever step up to the plate as a pro baseball player. For the rest of us, there's BetRivers.com Sportsbook app. Featuring same-game parlays, you can combine the excitement of different bets all from the same game. Totals? Bet 'em. Spreads? Bet 'em. Player props? It's a home run. Download the BetRivers.com Sportsbook app today. It's a whole new game.
Presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At 7-Eleven, we're so obsessed with our coffee that it's always fresh or it's free. And we have the good stuff. 100% Arabica beans, so you can 200% your day. 7-Eleven, you brew you. Terms and conditions apply. See 7-Eleven.com for more details.
National Hoagie Day Thursday. Don't settle for an average hoagie. It's Cuz. Make it a Primo. Celebrate National Hoagie Day with $6.99 Primo size Italian, turkey and cheese, ham and cheese all day. It's not just a hoagie, it's a Primo.
Cuz is so excited about that. That's awesome. You know what I'm excited about? The annual Travel Rally Day and the Montco Golf Classic, hosted by the Valley Forge Tourism and Convention Board. It's back Monday, May the 9th. Once again, we're excited to be a part of it. We're going to be heading there after the show to play. Anthony and Andrew are going to broadcast their show live from 10 to 2. It's at the Green Valley Country Club in Lafayette Hill. The event's held every year to celebrate the U.S. Travel Association's annual National Travel and Tourism Week and the hospitality industry in Montgomery County. So come on out and say hello. Montgomery County, home to more than 50 of the most historic and beautiful public courses and private clubs in the Northeast. You can live like a Lynch out there. Go to montcogolf.com. check out the 2022 Montgo Golf Guide. You're going to find every one of the public courses and private clubs in one stop. Plus, you're going to find itineraries for overnight stays and visits to the area's restaurants, breweries, and distilleries. You can even book tee times directly from the site. It's absolutely awesome. We'll see you on Monday. Check it on out, montgogolf.com.
WPEN, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Home of 76ers basketball and Flyers hockey.
Plug in.
97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Are you a foxhole guy for the John Kincade Show? Then prove it. Tap the 97.5 The Fanatic app all morning long, before and after your commute.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
It's the John Kincade Show. The 8 o'clock hour begins. Our friends from Martin Law bring it to you. The law firm for injured workers. Visit paworkinjury.com. All right, for those of you who have lived in more, not wilderness areas, but more areas of like woods and stuff
There's
like
a
that.
black bear on the loose by my house.
A black bear?
Yeah.
Is it on the loose if it's just living its life? I don't think so.
I don't think it's on the loose.
It's not on the loose from a zoo.
Yeah, it's not like, it ran away
on the
from
loose in residential areas.
But it's where it lives.
But it's not. That's where it lives.
It doesn't live in my neighborhood. That's false.
They couldn't afford
I
Jamie's
would know if a bear lived there.
So let me get this straight. So you're able to betterment your family and their lives by moving to the suburbs in a good school district, but a bear can't do the same?
Yeah, seriously. What if the bear?
Point,
like you don't like
Yes.
the bear did the research. He knows about the Plymouth Meeting School District. He knows all about it.
3 of the last 5 nights.
Got 3 cubs.
And especially when I was in, 3 of the last 6 nights. And even when I was in Vegas, the Ring doorbell it gives me an alert. So I wake up in the morning and it says, okay, somebody was at your front door at 1:30 in the morning, which freaks you out.
Yeah.
So you look at the video. There is a big-ass fox.
Fox or nothing.
Oh, they're cute.
Yeah, they're scared of humans.
No, this isn't. This thing looks like a big dog.
Yeah, you should bring them in. I'll probably love it.
Yeah,
Feed them. Give them a nice little
You
bed.
can make it a pet.
Yeah.
So you can?
Yeah,
Sure.
foxes are cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it won't bother Nikki Foles?
That's a different story.
Nikki's going to be here. Nikki's going to be here in like 3 weeks.
Foxes run away from Bootsy, but Bootsy's
Nikki's
bigger.
10 pounds.
Yeah, Bootsy's like 65.
But she would run to the fox. If she sees big dogs, she runs right at him like, hi.
I can't guarantee you that Nikki Foles would be okay.
The fox would, because I'm wondering about.
Yeah, I'd be worried about my cat.
So the fox is not out during the day, correct? I just want to know about these. These are nocturnal animals, right?
I've seen some at sunset.
I've seen, yeah.
I thought that, sunset, I think they can be out.
Yeah, and then I see their eyes down by the creek.
Well, that's where the coyotes.
Yeah.
We had the coyotes.
Well, we don't have those that I'm aware of.
Hope not.
Foxes are all right.
All right, good. Well, this giant fox comes right by every night.
Yeah, just don't let
That's
Nikki
cool.
Foles out.
Why is that nice?
I like foxes.
No, I don't like the. Hey, the weather right now in Jamaica is warm and sunny, by the way. Call your travel agent or go to visitjamaica.com to learn more. Let's go. You will absolutely love Jamaica if you go. You will absolutely enjoy it. With cliff diving with Jamie, maybe.
Yeah, Rick's Cafe, I've done it. It's awesome.
Oh, my gosh.
Of course you have.
Well,
wait a minute, but Pat, going to Jamaica is not like it's not a typical Lynch thing. It's not the everyman can go.
I took out a credit card in college, didn't pay any bills, and swiped the trip. It was
He
easy.
goes to Jamaica like I go to Wegmans. It's a special trip.
Yes.
You know?
You're an idiot.
Once a month. I get the family
Well, if
together.
you didn't spend so much on ice cream.
Come on, guys, we're going to Wegmans.
You could go to Wegmans. I go to Wegmans Sunday morning at relatively the same time. So if the serial killer was following me, he'd know right where to wait for me in the parking lot.
Jack gets excited. It's like our PJ's happy hour. You're circling on the calendar. Jack circles Wegmans Day.
I love going
Once
to
a
Wegmans.
month.
Wegmans is fun.
We don't even buy anything. We
I
just walk
love
around.
Wegmans is one of my favorite stores.
I get the food, the meals for the week. Be able to do that. I don't have to do that very soon, though. Very soon, I don't have to worry about it. We will have Devon Givens' three-pointer coming up in just a moment or two here with us. The Eagles have certainly delivered on one thing that we all agreed was needed. Jonathan Gannon has now been given tools to draw on his initial mild success. When you're 12th in points allowed in the NFL, that is very successful, in fact. but they weren't impactful. And that's what I was looking for, impact out of their defense. They weren't impactful, turn the ball over, make big plays, put the offense on short fields a couple times a game. Brandon Graham is set to return, according to all reports. Hassan Reddick, he has got a lot in the tank, and he can be a menacing force to opposing quarterbacks. Kaiser White at the linebacker position helps. You add Jordan Davis. You add Nakobe Dean on the roster. I was definitely a borderline Gannon apologist last year compared to more of his harsher critics. But I think he's going to be able to reward my loyalty this season. I really like what the pieces that they've added. This defense has been reworked in this offseason. This is I want to say a retooling, but it's a major overhaul of this defense. They better be impactful. They better get to the quarterback. They better cause some more turnovers. They better be better in pass coverage.
Yeah, they were predictable in that they looked decent against bad teams and looked bad against good quarterbacks.
Amen.
So I think we were all crying for a playmaker or two, and they bolstered. I wouldn't say reworked or overhauled because they didn't take away to add. They added mostly, right?
Yeah, they mostly added. No?
Rodney McLeod's gone.
Yeah, Derek Barnett's back.
Derek Singletary's gone.
Stop it, Jamie.
But I think they've done a really good job of adding all the names that you've already mentioned.
Now, the point of the conversation being, Jamie, is that now I want to see Jonathan Gannon. And I was his biggest fan of us, but I want to see him now take a next step. And that's got to be turnovers. Create turnovers.
Well, I'd like to know who the
sacks.
starting safety and cornerback are going to be because I'm already starting to read occasionally, they really like Tay Gowan and Zach McPherson. And
you don't believe that?
No, not completely. Part of me is scared that they do believe one of those positions is going to be filled from within.
I'm so with you.
Yeah, like the cornerback list out there is decent. You can probably
decent,
and there's a rumor floating out there. I don't know how valid it is or not that the Giants might be forced to cut Bradbury.
No, they're going
because they can't rework a contract and they need $10 million in savings or something.
You're doing that in a second if you had the opportunity.
Yeah.
Landon Collins, if you want to add Landon Collins to your secondary, that's one thing.
I think safety would be the one that they address from within, but
That's
I do not want to hear that these second-year guys with no experience are ready for an opportunity because we all know how that would end.
Yeah, I know nothing about Tay Gowan, okay? I have not watched tape.
Nope.
Don't even know if I can tell you where he went to college, but what I do know is he was a 6th-round pick, and he was a throw-in for a Zach Ertz deal, and the thing that kept coming back was, the Eagles really liked him in the draft. He lasted till the 6th round. I don't really have a lot of faith in that. And he could end up being the greatest cornerback in the world. But trying to convince me that we really like this guy, we traded for him, I have fallen into that trap before. So, yeah, please go address this now. Because I'm not doing well.
You don't sound it.
Hey, you sound horrible.
You sound borderline Anthony.
I'm not probably that bad, but
it's
not great.
It just sounds... I feel for you. I really do. I guess
There's always tomorrow.
My expectation bar, and then it's when stuff falls below my expectation bar really bad. That's, Jamie, where I get that level of angst.
Mm-hmm.
When my expectation bar is really not that high or not that...
Well, I think the defense is better, but I do find it odd at this point they're back in the same exact situation of trying to find a cornerback too. And even worse, trying to find a safety at this stage of free agency, post-draft. So I'm waiting to see what the whole picture is. But, the defense should be better. As of right now, they should be better. They still need to add.
Oh, no. They better be better. They better be better because with this roster, he's been given enough, but I don't think he had enough last year.
Well, he's getting more guys that his style that he wants to play, so it better pay off.
All right, well, Doc Rivers says, you'll get nothing and like it. Or more importantly, you're going to get exactly what I want you to get. We wanted Devon Givens after the game. Here's Devon's three-pointer.
This is the three-pointer with Devon Givens on 97.5 The Fanatic, home of 76ers basketball.
All right, Devon, you're sort of coming into the room cold, where you will be. We've had some disagreements this morning and some different feisty discussions around the Sixers games last night. I can't wait to see what you took as your biggest takeaways. How about giving us your first one this morning?
Well, my first one, John, is immediately right out of the gate when the game started, the ball denial. The defense that Miami decided to employ against the Sixers to see how they would adjust to what they were doing to take away James Harden. While we thought he would be the focal point of the offense and get things going and maybe revert back to being James Harden of the past if he still had it in him, the Miami Heat were having none of it. They weren't allowing him to even get the basketball right off the tip to come down the floor and initiate things. And if you notice, as they were still trying to get the ball to James Harden, by the time they would get the ball in his hands whenever they got past half court, the shot clock was already winding down and they had to initiate and get into their stuff very quickly. And as a result, we saw the Miami Heat get things going really quickly and get that big lead in the first quarter and force those turnovers as well because the others weren't simply really accustomed to having the ball in their hands. Now, while James Harden did get the ball a few times, he turned the ball over twice. Jordan turned the ball over twice as well. But not getting into their actions quick enough, I thought was a big issue for the Sixers early as they were heavily reliant on trying to get him the basketball. The full court press that they put on the Sixers, and even after the makes right away, P.J. Tucker was face guarding him, denying him the basketball, and they had to force Maxey and Green and Harris to bring the basketball up, and it hurt the Sixers. Now, they did make the adjustments, and they found their way back into the game, but that was one thing that stood out right away, John, the ball denial of James Harden, not allowing him to beat them.
Which tells me, Devon, and I said the same thing earlier today about that, but it also tells me I need to have James Harden concentrating on rebounding. Therefore, he has the ball in his hands, and there's no way they can deny there.
Right, and that's why you see where it was good to see him hit the glass because he did have, 9 rebounds last night?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was a good thing to see. That part, yeah.
Yeah, now let's take us to your second point.
Yeah, so I've been a big supporter of this person all season long. Struggled a bit, hit some shots a little bit against Toronto, but not as much as you would like against Toronto. And last night you saw it again. George Niang needs to hit a shot or they can't score off the bench because 0 for 7 last night, as I mentioned, struggled in the series prior. And last night he had some really good looks. And where you're trying to just find a way to put some points on the board, you can't replace Joel Embiid. So the way that you're doing it that way for that game. And for that game last night, the ball found him. And he had some really good looks, some normal George Niang looks. And he couldn't knock anything down. So Doc Rivers has to find a way to maybe pull the plug quicker if he is not knocking down shots. Now, while he was okay defensively for those times that he was out there in the small ball situations where he was out the 4 or the 5, where Tobias Harris was out there with him, he has to make shots. If not, and I'll get to this probably in my third three-pointer, you have to figure out a way now to find a way to go elsewhere, maybe, and try to get someone else going. I'm surprised that he's not knocking down these shots, and he's been so poor so far in the playoffs with his percentage. It has not been there. And if he's not making shots, it's tough to keep him out on the floor.
Yeah, Devon, it also speaks to the bigger picture now that this is the 5th year in a row where we're trotting out possibly the worst bench rotations in the entire NBA playoffs. Why does this continue to happen, and how do they fix this? Because there needs to be major overhaul there. I think a lot of guys here are on their last lines of life support. How are they going to fix this going forward?
Well, I think, Jay, the big thing for the offseason before any of this that we're talking about right now, if you feel like you're starting 4 with Embiid, Harris, Harden, question marks with Harris and Harden, and Maxey are your starting 4, and of course, figure out what happens with Matisse Thybulle going forward. The offseason to me was always going to be about the depth and the bench to shore that up.
Absolutely.
So we don't have this conversation again. If you feel like you're starting 4 there, and maybe they give Thybulle another chance to be a starter, or maybe they bring someone else in, but now Matisse is part of your bench rotation. That's what the offseason to me is about after you figure out the Harris and Harden questions that we will have once the season is done.
All right, give us your final point of the morning as we reminisce after the loss in Game 1.
All right, let's do this. So after supporting Doc Rivers as much as I have and taking his back for a lot of things, he said something on Saturday ahead of this series, and he mentioned it again last night about Paul Reed's foul trouble. And I agree with him that Paul Reed does get into a lot of foul trouble, the energy, all that he brings, and he gets himself into a bad spot. But the one thing that I did ask of him during the regular season was to try to find a way to get two people in particular, well, three, Reed, Bassey, and Joe, an extended amount of run during the regular season. So when you get to a big spot that maybe you may have had an answer during the regular season, to put them in a game later on, like the postseason, where it counts, and they're not afraid, they're not shook, and they're not running around with their heads cut off, and they know what they're doing. And part of that is not committing fouls. So when he says Paul Reed, they can't trust him in that way because he gets these fouls in bunches, I kind of go back against that a little bit just because of what we saw last night, which was he gets into the foul trouble, but maybe if he had played a stretch of 5 to 7, 7 to 10 games with Isaiah Joe, and you get the struggles from George Niang and Furkan Korkmaz at this time, and you need someone else to go to, maybe those two young players would feel much more comfortable going into the postseason had they had those extended minutes and seeing if they can do something during that time. He doesn't trust a lot of the young players, and even though that's not something with Isaiah Joe that played out last night, but it did with Paul Reed, and it kind of takes me back to the regular season, and that's why I wanted to bring that up, John, because you needed someone else. You needed someone else to hit shots. You can't go 6 for 34 for 17% from beyond and try to win a game when your big fella is out with the point production that he gives you. You needed something else. And if you needed Reed in the game much longer because Jordan wasn't producing, Reed's minutes and Joe's minutes during the regular season, if you gave them some extended run to see what else they had, it might have helped you out in a spot like last night where you had a chance. As Tyrese Maxey pointed out, it was doable. And you did not have guys knocking down shots last night. You couldn't trust anyone else. And therefore, George Niang plays 21-plus minutes and goes 0 for 7. And DeAndre Jordan has a hard time out there for his 17-plus.
So, Devon, Doc Rivers comes out after the game and says, I know you don't like it, but I'm going to stick with DeAndre Jordan. Yeah. If Devon Givens was head coach of the 76ers going into tomorrow night, who would your starting five be?
And how much do we have to pay you?
Just give me a nice 3/4 shirt with the Sixers logo, and I'm good, John. I'm easy there. I'm just trying to get a W. You know what, Bob? I know the issues with Paul Reed. You and I talk about them all the time, especially some of the other things off the air. I would still go with Reed. And if you give up a 2-pointer, you give up a 2-pointer.
You would start Reed.
I would start Reed.
Okay.
Because I think he actively can stay with Adebayo, and he did pretty well against them last night. And even with Dedmon out there, I thought he fared well in that time. You see the 5 offensive rebounds, Bob, that he had in 13 minutes. And you know those were in more of that the real-time minutes than anything later in the game. So I would go with Reed. And you know me, I've always stood up for Paul Millsap, and I thought his 5 minutes were okay. It was until he got caught on Tyler Hero that his minutes weren't okay last night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and to your point, none of DeAndre's are okay.
Right, and I'm not asking him to stick Tyler Hero. I'm asking him to play veteran defense on Bam Adebayo and not allow things to be easy. So I would still go Paul Reed and take my chances there. Bob, that's me. John, my 3/4 shirt, just give me a medium, and I'm ready to go. Yeah,
and you'll look good in the medium. It'll still have wiggle room.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Good man, Devon. Will you talk people through this tonight a little bit? You're going to do a little, therapy for people tonight, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that because at 6 o'clock tonight.
I want Egan to get some of your therapy. He's been a little down this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I'll have Pat join in on the session as well.
There you go. Thank you, buddy. There's Devon Givens' 3-pointer. He'll be with us on Thursday morning, and hopefully we will have a more positive thing to talk about.
Well, it can't get much worse.
You're right. It could get worse. It could get a lot worse. Yeah, that game was still in the balance.
I don't know how much worse it could get, to be honest. And that's a good thing because, you shot about as worse as you did all year. You didn't have Joel Embiid, and you underperformed everybody outside Tobias.
You were leading at halftime. You were down 7 at the end of the third quarter. It could get a lot worse.
Well, then that just speaks to Miami not being that good.
It could be, though. I mean, or maybe the Sixers take care of business. Again, I was very confident they were going to come home with a split. And last night watching that game, I'm like, okay, they're going to get it. They're going to get it. And then the bottom fell out of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably more good to take away from last night. As bad as the Sixers were, that makes no sense whatsoever. But I think everybody knows what I'm saying. As bad as they were last night, it was still a game for the most part.
They had 10 minutes to go, and then it was just
if they
all
played
fell
3 periods instead of 4 quarters, they would have had a better shot.
And if the Queen had a royal scepter, she'd be the king. That's the way we kind of analysis you're only going to get here on the John Kincade Show. So
I like Devon's idea of starting B-Ball Paul, though.
I absolutely do.
I mean, if you can just get him, if you can just tell him, concentrate on not found. I don't want to take away your aggressiveness, but be smart. You don't have to go up and try to jump and block every shot. Like, the defensive IQ of this team sometimes baffles me. Last night, the guy
crazy.
Vincent is driving the lane, and George Niang tries to go up and block a driving layup instead of taking a charge. When was the last time you could slip a Saturday Daily News under George Niang when he jumps? Never.
I know there's something that we're definitely going to win this series. It's not even a question. The John Kincade Show continues here on 97.5 The Fanatic. There's a graduation sale going on at Window Nation. Yep. You got those failing windows. They don't make the grade. So you've got homework. You get it? Call Window Nation. Get to the head of the class right now with this spectacular deal. You can do window shopping online at windownation.com. You can find every style, every color, every size you could potentially need. And you know what you're going to do? You're not going to pay anything for 2 full years. Not at all. You're paying no down payment, no interest for 24 months. No payments, no interest, and in 24 months. You don't have to do anything. And plus, they're going to give you 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy. Your house needs 20, you're paying for 10. You get the idea? Window Nation wants you to get the idea that you can be comfortable this summer inside your home. The air conditioning bills are going to go through the roof if all that air conditioning is sleeping outside. That's why your heating bills were so terrible this winter. Buy 2, get 2 free, pay nothing for 2 full years. No money down, no payments, no interest. Get on in with Window Nation. Do your window shopping online at windownation.com. Then call them at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION.
The John Kincade Show.
I know that most people find his calm leadership to be a gentle, soothing beacon at a time of great social chaos.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. Ever dream of playing golf with your favorite Philadelphia Eagles legends? The Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament is coming to Penn Oaks Golf Club in Westchester, PA, May 17th and 18th.
Presented by the McDade team at Cross Country Mortgage.
97.5 The Fanatic is the only official radio partner, and we have your chance to play in this star-studded tournament.
This incredible 2-day event will include an exclusive pairing party, player and celebrity soiree, silent auction, and awards ceremony.
Appearing and playing in the tournament: Brandon Graham, Jeremiah Trotter, John Runyon, Brian Westbrook, Trey Thomas, Donovan McNabb, Brent Selleck, of course, Brian Dawkins, and many more.
Go to 975thefanatic.com now for your chance to win your way in. All proceeds benefit the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation, dedicated to bringing transformational moments to young people in underserved communities.
Get complete details and enter for your chance to play at 975thefanatic.com. The Brian Dawkins Driving Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament, presented by the McDade team at Cross Country Mortgage, an official radio partner, 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
When I was a kid, my grandpa used to say to my grandma, "I love you to the moon and back." Then he used to say it to my mom, "I love you to the moon and back." It always symbolized his deep love for the mother of his children and the mother of his grandchildren. So this Mother's Day, I've created a beautiful to the moon and back sterling silver diamond necklace. I wish you could see it right now. Wait, you can. Go to IHateStevensinger.com and see the silhouette of a crescent moon filled with sparkling diamonds, hugging a silver heart. It's engraved with "I love you to the moon and back" right on the other side, a thought she'll hold next to her heart every day. Tell the mothers in your life that you love them to the moon and back, just like my grandfather did. It's only $98, shipped for free in my signature black gift box. Visit us at the other corner of 8th and Walnut. By phone, 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER, or online at IHateStevensinger.com. Steven Singer Jewelers, one place, one price.
Tired of paying more and getting less?
T-Mobile believes customers should get more without worrying about their bill. That's right. More 5G coverage, more savings, and even more cool stuff. And what does that mean? It's like expecting this and getting this. Expecting this and getting this. At T-Mobile, you get more. Like more 5G bars in more places and more savings. So your family saves 20% with Essentials versus AT&T and Verizon. Plus, we won't raise the price of your rate plan with our Price Lock Guarantee. So, would you rather have this or this? The answer's simple. Switch to T-Mobile today and see for yourself what more feels like.
T-Mobile is America's largest 5G network. 20% savings with 2 to 4 lines on Essentials versus comparable plans. Features may vary. Price lock for rate plan, talk, text, and data on qualifying lines. See terms at T-Mobile.com.
Are you one of the millions of homeowners who haven't refinanced yet? If so, I'm here to tell you it's not too late. Hi, I'm Wesley Hogan with Westland Financial. Although the lowest rates may be in our rearview mirror, as the economy recovers from the biggest economic shock of our lifetime, rates still remain near historic lows. In fact, with the dramatic increase in home values, this may be the perfect time to put that new home equity to work. Take advantage of our cash out refi program and pay off high-rate credit cards, car loans, or other high-interest rate debt. Or finally make those home improvements you put on hold for so long. Best of all, we can do this with no closing costs. That's right. Whether it's a conventional, FHA, or VA loan, we'll pay for your title, settlement, lender, and recording fees. So call Westland at 888-455-3669. That's 888-455-3669. It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. 888-455-3669.
Westland Financial Corp is licensed by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department of Banking. NMLS number 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender.
Progressive is America's #1 motorcycle insurer, so we understand motorcycles. No, really, we have a bike translator.
Okay, so this bike says she is struggling with her place in the motorcycle community. Well, she says she hasn't peaked yet, but she's having a little epiphany, okay? Oh, that maybe life itself is the peak. Interesting. In my experience, I found that... Oh, so I just translate. Not allowed to have opinions. Got it.
Quote with Progressive and see if you could save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Dell Technologies wants to celebrate all your hard work with these Small Business Month specials. Get great value offers on powerful laptops, desktops, and servers with Windows 11 Pro starting at $499, plus top monitors and docks, all with easy financing options through Dell Financial Services. It's the perfect time to upgrade so you and your team can stay secure from anywhere. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL to refresh your business tech with these Small Business Month specials. Dell recommends Windows 11 Pro for business.
We all reach tipping points in life. The weight of a low-paying job, unpaid bills, a new family. You can't keep going. That's where My Computer Career can help. In just months, not years, they can help you start a new life as an IT pro, even with no prior experience. Impossible? You learn online from home, and My Computer Career offers lifetime career services to help you find jobs with companies begging for IT pros. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Meet Allison, teammate at Truist Bank. Hi. She was born to care, and she always had your back. You could say that. Like that time back in the mid-'80s when she spotted Stacy Kaminsky with her new perm, and a car was coming, about to hit a puddle. So Allison jumps in front of the splash, just in time to protect Stacy's fresh curls.
Look, I had to do it. A wet perm just doesn't work.
Today, Allison's a teammate at Truist, the bank that starts with care. When you start with care, you get a different kind of bank. Learn more at truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Wawa hoagies are made with delicious ingredients on a freshly baked roll. Now, you can add fresh mozzarella to any hoagie. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, it's Mike Miss here. You know, Philly sports is a big business, and we've got you covered every weekday with the Fanatic's Business of Sports Reports, powered by Pico for Business. For information on how your company can save with Pico's incentives, go to pico.com/business.
Hey guys, go yard all summer long with $5 Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. This season, all customers will get $5 for every home run hit by both teams when you place a $25 to hit a home run wager on Tuesday MLB games. And the best part about Dinger Tuesdays is even if your bet loses, FanDuel will pay you $5 for every home run. Now, the Phillies have been hitting some dingers lately. 4 of them on Sunday night against the Mets. Look for it to continue. Kyle Schwarber on Fire. Look at some of the other guys also. Castellanos, Harper, maybe even JT Real Muto joining in the action. So what are you waiting for? Pick your home run hitter and turn big swings into big wins. There's no better place to bet America's pastime than on America's #1 sportsbook. Head over to your FanDuel account or download the FanDuel Sportsbook app and sign up using promo code Bob. That's promo code Bob. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max bonus $25. Restrictions apply. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Yes, if you ever wondered, I do talk straight through the breaks.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Our friends at Parks Racetrack want you to know it's Derby Day this Saturday. Bring the entire family to the Parks Racetrack Saturday to celebrate Kentucky Derby Day. Compliments of the Pennsylvania Horse Racing and Thoroughbred Horseman Association. Are you a horseman, Bob, Jamie? Horseman?
I love watching the three big races, yeah.
Yeah, I love going to a track.
So you love to go to the track?
Yeah. We went in Barbados on honeymoon.
Of course you did.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
I bet
sure it was.
I bet it was great.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to have a honeymoon?
No, how many horses has the family owned in your life?
That was my first thought when he said he loved going to the track.
I was going to tease you about that, too. God. Sorry, guys. I went on honeymoon. Yeah, we went to St. Lucia and Barbados.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to make up Jamie's travel profile compared to all of ours. And we're going to find out.
Yeah, I think we need to start having a map in the studio, and every time Jamie says he's been to a place,
well, he's been everywhere.
I love traveling,
which is awesome.
Sue me.
Which is very expensive, Pat.
I would love to.
That's why I don't have any savings.
I don't know if I love traveling because I can't afford it.
I said
work 4 and 5 jobs your whole life, and you can pull it off too.
Oh, that's what it is.
I mean, you're talking like I'm entitled and just. I mean, I worked 4 and 5 jobs my entire career.
This works for everybody. Nobody works harder.
You are very.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
You're very sensitive about this travel topic. You're very sensitive about this.
You got a lot of stuff on your plate?
All right.
You're very sensitive about this travel topic.
I love you.
Because I worked my ass off to do it. It's something I chose to do.
We didn't say you didn't.
We didn't?
I would say that.
The one place that you've been and you've talked about a lot is I would love to go to Australia. And Jamie was lucky enough to live there for months with his buddies or whatever. That is one place I absolutely would love to go.
Zero. Now, where does that zero for me?
Oh, really?
Australia's 0 for me.
Did you go to New Zealand too at all?
No, I didn't make it.
See, I would like Brett Brown used to tell stories about Australia and New Zealand, and it sounds just phenomenal. I'd love to go there.
Italy is the number one thing on my overseas to do.
It's phenomenal.
Cannot wait to go to Italy.
Jay, how many times have you been there?
Just once.
He's been once.
Okay.
He's been once. I want to go to.
My cousin got married there. Was I not supposed to go?
I do not want to go to. I do not want to go to Germany. My wife's been to Germany. I do not want to go to Germany.
My cousin lives in Germany. That's very much on my bucket list.
I do not want to go to Germany. I hold a grudge on behalf of my father, so I do not want to go to Germany.
And they're trying to win you back.
No, they aren't.
I
bet that they'd love to have me.
Their tourism campaign is nothing. It's just centered around you.
Win me back.
Yeah.
They're not going to win me back.
Jamie, if it's any consolation, man, I really enjoyed traveling with you.
Traveling's great.
It was fun.
If I could tell kids to do anything,
you were in the
we traveled from Planet Hollywood to the Bellagio, and we had breakfast.
All right, did you know? Now, the weird thing is Bellagio. You absolutely can understand at Bellagio how to get back to your room. Planet Hollywood that place is a maze, and everything looks the same. And they hide the ways to get up to your room.
The towers are still hard to find, the tower elevators.
They put it behind a wall. So you don't see them. I don't understand.
They just want you to keep gambling, John. If you say, damn, I can't find the elevators, guess what? I'm going to just play another hand.
Okay, but we were at the Wynn the other day when we were going to our recording studios. We were at, you go to Bellagio. You can easily see giant hallways. Here leads you to where you go to the elevators to go to your room. I was lost all weekend.
Yeah, that place was like a turn. I had no idea where I was at any time.
There you go. A standing ovation to the Sixers crowds. Because after watching the lame home court advantage that Miami has, I think it's sometimes something we take for granted. And I mentioned, by the way, the Eagles. I'll mention the Eagles and the Sixers for this. because I don't believe we've got the home court advantage or home field advantage anywhere else. It's that where the other team goes, man, this is going to be tough. I don't think people are coming into Citizens Bank and going, geez, it's going to be brutal tonight. Those 18,000 are going to be really loud. It's going to be awesome on Friday and Saturday. And we're going to show Miami a little bit about what a home court advantage can do. I ask all of you because I brought it up last night, and one of my buddies is like, why do you care about home court advantage? Miami's going to crush them, whether they have a home court advantage or not. You're totally overblowing this. So I ask you all, are you one of those people who believes that I believe home court advantage means something. He says that home court advantage was lame last night, and the Sixers got their backsides handed to them. It didn't mean anything. Yep. It didn't intimidate. It didn't help Miami. Miami played well.
Yeah, Miami is much like Los Angeles. I've been to playoff games many times in Miami, and the crowd just shows up when they want to show up, especially the lower level, because, you'll have the Serena Williams or Venus Williams walking in late because, look, here I am, So a lot of the lower level crowd doesn't get there until late. I wish the Sixers would have taken advantage of a quiet crowd early on last night. In the second half, they started to. And they started to play well when the people hadn't filled back into their seats again. It's a very laid back. It's a Miami crowd. That's what it is. It's Miami. But yeah, it just didn't come into play. The Sixers didn't take advantage. I would have liked to have seen them jump out quick. And as the fans come in, they're kind of silenced. And even still, they weren't really into it. There was one time, I think Adebayo might have had a follow after the 4 offensive rebounds, and he got fouled, that they kind of perked up a little bit. But you're not going to get that decisive advantage. They'll come alive if Miami gets to the finals, but not until then.
Historically, in NBA playoffs, the home team wins 60% of the time.
Which isn't
that crazy. I think the advantages come in that you're not living out of a hotel room. You're in your normal routines. And then through studies that have been done through the years, there's a referee bias for the home team. I mean, there just is. And it's natural when you think about it. There's 20,000 people on top of you making the calls. So Miami probably got more calls last night, and they will in Game 2. And the Sixers probably in Game 3 and 4 will get, some of those 50-50 calls more their way than the Heat. And that's just the facts.
I always believe that when a team's down 0-2 going home, I never want to bet that game. That a team's down 0-2 and then they're heading home like the Sixers could be on Friday. Pat, I always hate betting that game if I'm betting on the team that's up 2-0 because I think the refs are out for them. They're going to let down a little bit.
The one area of Jamie's point that I disagree with, it was 20,000 fans. It was probably about 7.
It was more than that.
Yeah, late arriving crowd. I don't think they've arrived yet. But, no, I mean, I thought the refs were horrible both ways last night.
Yeah, so did
I thought the late whistles drove me nuts. There was a phantom call that Tyrese Maxey got.
The hero one?
Yeah.
He hit his hair, though.
No. There was one where he got away with one, where he got the call. He got the benefit. I just thought they sucked both ways. I thought the NBA refs have been horrible this entire playoff run. But, yeah, I think it probably will benefit the team when they come back, you would think. But then again, I mean, we've talked about this ad nauseum. How many refs really appreciate the fact that James Harden's looking for calls every time he doesn't score? Even when he does half the time, he's looking for a call.
Mike Woodson once told me, John, there's a lot of things about basketball that you guys spend a lot of time talking about that mean nothing. And he said, when you've got assassins on your team, and he'd call them like the assassins. He had that tone Loke voice. And he'd say, you got assassins on your team? You don't care if you're playing in their gym or your gym. And he says, and sometime these guys elevate more playing in the other gym.
Yeah.
He goes, you're making a big deal about home court advantage. He goes, it doesn't. He goes, if you're a talented team, you don't care where you're playing.
I mean, how did home court advantage treat the Sixers last year?
Well, the worst in NBA history after round one.
So, yeah, I don't really give a damn.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing well and you're doing the things you need to do, the referees are so secondary, it doesn't really matter. They've become the forefront of a lot of our attention and the team's attention because the team needs them on their side almost, and they need calls to try to keep them in games and maybe even win games. I would love for it to stop. I'm tired of the hand raising in the air. I'm watching that Phoenix game last night, and there was a play early in the game, and my eyesight was on Mikal Bridges a lot because I just really like watching him play. And he got called for something questionable. Got up, turned around, went the other way. And right away in my head, I said, referees notice that just as much as they notice the hand raising, and they notice that in a favorable way. And next time down, when Mikal Bridges might go up for something, it's a 50-50, he'll probably get that call because the referee has in the back of his mind, you know what? He didn't bitch at me for maybe a missed call. It's human nature, and I, like this bitching by the Sixers, it has to stop. It's got to stop.
They are one of the biggest group of whiners I've ever seen, and it's. I know they're our team, whiny. They whine about everything, and it's got to grate on the officials, and it works against them.
Yeah,
any team. Yeah, you're going to complain about every single ticky-tack thing that happens to you. Then you're the boy that cried wolf. Everything just.
I think it works against them, but we notice it more in losses. Because in wins, normally they are getting to the foul line, so we don't even think about the fact that they're whining, and we don't think, oh man, that whining really worked against them. We don't think maybe that whining actually worked in their benefit because they did get calls. Because they won the game. When they win the game, you start, hyper-focusing on every little aspect of it, and eventually, 2 hours and 42 minutes into a show, you end up landing on, the fact they were whining about non-calls. Maybe they had a gripe, maybe they didn't, but in this instance, it seemed to not work in their benefit because they lost.
Hey, in the linchpin, Jamie thinks of something that I thought of on Saturday while I was playing cards. But Jamie's going to articulate it for you.
This is the linchpin.
I wonder too, James.
Yeah, this was on my mind a lot Sunday after I'm sitting there kind of digesting the draft and the weekend. Defensively, a lot of the moves they're making, there's a lot of optionality in some of these players.
Look at you.
Yeah, between Hassan Reddick, Kazir White. Obviously, Jordan Davis is kind of like your true 3-4 nose tackle type of guy that can just eat people up in terms of blockers, letting the linebackers play a little more free. I don't think they're necessarily going to a 3-4 yet because I don't think Fletcher Cox is suited for it. But a lot of the surrounding moves around that tell me that they might be throwing the kitchen sink at people this year and possibly toying with it down the line. Now, the area it doesn't make sense is that Gannon will probably move on here at some point. So you'd really have to believe the next guy coming in.
Or you hire a guy.
Or you hire a guy that fits that. But I do believe there's a philosophical change happening defensively under the Gannon regime. I think they might throw some 3-4 looks at you this year. I mean, Jordan Davis, you can throw in the middle with a Josh Sweat and a Hassan Reddick on the edges and throw 4 linebackers and Davion Taylor, Nazir White, Nakobe Dean, and TJ Edwards. It gives you a lot of options, and it might allow the secondary to play differently if they're having success in getting to the quarterback a little bit more.
Okay, we all own a team. We all have. I've given you all a football franchise to own in the NFL. And you get to at least say to your coach, you're hiring a head coach. You're saying what you prefer. Would you rather watch a 4-3 defense or a 3-4 defense? If you're the owner. And you're talking about, you're interviewing coaches. What would you prefer if you're the owner of the team?
I love a 3-4.
I love a 3-4.
I love athletic linebacking play.
I enjoy watching a 3-4 defense play the game more.
I'm more of a 4-3 guy.
Why?
I just like it better.
But what do you like about it?
I like the amount of defensive ends on the rushing the quarterback. I don't know. I mean, I grew up with it. I grew up with Jim Johnson's defense.
Right.
So I saw the Eagles have success with that, and it's not a real good reason, but that's one of the reasons why.
But, Pat, do you think the 4-3, I always wonder if the 4-3 is sort of
old.
The past?
Yeah. It probably is. I'm probably on an island.
Yeah, but the thing is
probably why I don't own a football team.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
But like Javon Hargrave can play edge. Milton Williams can play edge and inside. It just seems like everybody they're getting these days is versatile.
Yeah, and look, in the 6th round, they pick up the kid Kyron Johnson or whatever, and another small linebacker. I totally agree with you, James. I think they're looking to make that switch.
Whether it's now or not.
Because they're just getting really fast.
Yes.
All around. Small and fast. But if you have the big fatties up front,
Jordan Davis
probably
counterbalances
exactly.
Exactly.
And Jordan Davis is fast as hell.
And Milton Williams ain't little either.
No.
But
they're both incredibly athletic for their size.
Exactly. So if you can throw those fatties up front and then you get those quick, smaller-ish linebackers, yeah, I'm all for it.
I would think that you run a 4-3 defense because you are saddled with certain personnel that you have to run it that way. If you build it, I can't see anyone building a 4-3. I think you build a 3-4 by preference.
4-3's out of necessity
and
more?
4-3's more out of necessity, out of what you got. I like watching a 3-4.
I do too. I love linebacking play. I
like the sideline to sideline.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about it, linebackers, they're on passing plays and running plays. They're the kind of the ultimate weapon of the defense. I don't know why they got devalued here. They clearly.
Well, it's the Jim. I think it's what Pat led to.
Probably.
I think the Jim Johnson legacy, the shadow, lives over that building for other coaches. Lives over that Philadelphia loves a 4-3. I don't give a damn what Philadelphia loves. I want to win now. I want to win in 2022.
Yeah, and
I
even
want to win in modern day football.
When you look at even a Josh Sweat, like he can play fingers down in the dirt. He could probably play a little standing up. Like they just have like 7 or 8 guys now up front that can do multiple things, and it's exciting. I'm looking forward to what Gannon has in store this year because I think a lot more is on the table now.
I disagree with you, Pat. Jamie's smart.
I never said he wasn't smart.
I thought you did.
Oh, he's trying to drive that wedge.
Smart. I mean,
no,
it's
not going to happen.
Jamie's insightful.
You see us fight about travel a little bit, and now you're trying to be an instigator.
Jamie's insightful.
If you want us to fight, we'll fight after the show.
I love that you brought this up.
Yeah, I can see a little 4-3. I can see a little 3-4.
I see something happening.
Yeah, something shifted there.
I love it,
and I think it's for the better.
I really do. I'd love to see it.
Like, think about it. You actually have 4 linebackers now you could trot out there and feel confident with. When's the last time you said that as an Eagles fan?
Don't you feel better? Yeah.
Yeah.
When was the last time?
I mean, seriously. And I like Davion Taylor a lot, and he's like the forgotten fourth guy.
In the midst of the Jim Johnson administration, there were times when I couldn't say it.
No. I mean, I liked Carlos Emmons a lot.
Yeah. As far as expectation ceiling, yeah.
I mean, there hasn't been a time where they've been this solid, at least on paper, at the linebacking position.
Kirkland.
Oh
my God. I'm telling you, Pat.
320 pounds.
That is a name that sets me off.
Why?
Because
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. Yeah. All I can think of is Joe Juravicius and stupidity right in front of me. Joe Juravicius right in front of me. And then goes down to the other end of the field. I hated that.
I'll never get over that.
I hated that day. It was the worst day, Pat, worst day for me ever as a sports fan. It changed me forever. I will never go into a game again saying my team can't lose.
You had dark hair during that game, but
I did.
At the end of it.
Oh, it started.
Yeah.
It started.
I understand.
It was, LaVon Kirkland. From Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, he was really good in Pittsburgh too. We just got him when he was big.
He was really bad here.
Really big.
Said like with James Harden in Houston.
Yeah, and if you had odds on his weight and maybe wanted to sell those, you could probably do it on PropSwap because you can find the best odds and turn the hardwood into hard cash. Pick your favorite teams now, sell your bet whenever you want, and it's all from your phone. Head to PropSwap.com.
He's seamless.
He's You can't impress me anymore because you're so good. He was over 300 trying to play middle linebacker. I mean,
it was actually kind of impressive for being that big and being able to run. Like, he wasn't good.
He wasn't running fast, just to run. Exactly.
Just to get that mass in motion,
Yeah, I mean, it took a while. And I don't know.
Well, I love the idea of transforming. I always love the idea of moving away from, we've always done it this way.
Yeah, if you're not evolving, you're dying.
I cannot remember. I know Gordon Gray, one of my professors in college, that he just said about businesses failing. And businesses fail almost uniformly.
It's the way we've always done it.
The newspaper industry. It's the newspaper industry.
Never figured out the internet.
Never figured out how to evolve. Never figured out how to monetize. It's being able to. I want the Eagles to continue to evolve, and I can't get over how much Nick Sirianni just grows on you. It's almost like what do you call the things on a boat?
A fungus.
What do you call things on a boat?
Oh, the
barnacles.
barnacles.
The barnacles.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni just sort of grows on you.
I always thought that would be a fun job to be the barnacle cleaner of boats.
Scraper?
Yeah, just go around the yacht.
Falco did.
Aren't they living
before he got the call.
Yeah, I think so.
Nick
think whales eat 'em.
Nick Sirianni, every time I hear him talk, he just seems easy to like.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no problem understanding why the veterans would like him. Because he's easy to listen.
He's very normal.
He's very normal.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's going to change. I wonder if the NFL is going to change him.
He's not pretentious yet.
Over time.
Hopefully he doesn't change.
Well, I think the first thing players look for in a new coach is
relatability.
Isn't the likability. I think their radar's up right away. Okay, how much does this guy know football, basketball, baseball, whatever it is? Once they're satisfied with that, I think they allow themselves to go into the personality. And so it tells you a lot that they've gone into his personality because they respect his football IQ.
We have so much coming up in the final hour of the show, and honestly, this has been a little more positive than I expected today, and I'm glad of that because it's one game of 7, and there's a lot coming. But I can tell you this. We walked away last night, and I believe there's a conclusion that we all will share on this, where we can find some common ground on this Sixers Heat series. That's coming your way next. Thanks for being a part of our show. Stream all day long. Stay through Cuz Radio. Stay through the Mike Missinelli Show. Devon Givens will come your way later on tonight. It's the John Kincade Show here on your sports radio station, 97.5 The Fanatic. I've been telling you about my friends at CoPair Health, and CoPair Health is helping me. I have not done my second week weigh-in yet because I'm doing my meeting with Vance tomorrow, but I'm looking forward to seeing the progress that I've made because I could already feel it yesterday on the golf course. And I already said to you, Dr. Roth, my doctor, told me, he said, I want you to lose 23 pounds. I was like, okay, how am I going to do that? Well, it's only going to come with making better decisions. So I turned to CoPair Health. CoPair Health is completely interactive with you and completely customized to you. I've got to tell you that I made a lot of better choices in Vegas because of the fact that I was doing CoPair Health. And right now, start now, and by July 4th, you could be losing up to 30 pounds. You really can. Men can lose over 3 pounds a week. My first week, I lost 4.5. So things can be there for you. I know Ramon has joined, one of our Fanatic listeners. He wants to like how he looks. He wants less aches and pains. He wants to be able to be active. Bo wants to fit in the roller coaster seat to be able to ride with the sun this summer. Rob's wondering about his self-esteem and saying, how can I look better? You can too. You will absolutely love CoPair Health. They work with you personally. You will absolutely love it. You want to give them a call? Go to copairhealth.com. That's copairhealth.com. Tell them John Kincade sent you.
The John Kincade Show.
Oh, geez, look at the butt on that. Yeah, he must work out.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Have you been lied to? Lied to by Washington politicians and the Wall Street propaganda machine? Hi, this is best-selling author Richard Cohen from right here in South Jersey in the Philadelphia area. And I want to give you a free copy of my new book, Wall Street's Retirement Plans and 401ks Have Failed Millions of Americans. After seeing the last market crash over 39%, I said, enough. I've discovered a way to grow money potentially double digits, reduce taxes dramatically. And when the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. Call Reliable Financial now to get a free copy of my book and talk to me personally to discover this little-known strategy to get potential double-digit growth during good years and never lose when the next stock market crash hits. Call 1-800-605-9191 to discover this asset that people like Walt Disney and JCPenney used to grow wealthy. And I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. Call 1-800-605-9191. That's 1-800-605-9191. Again, 1-800-605-9191.
Hey, it's Andrew. If you need a new roof, call New Look Home Design. They have a team of people who will help you through the process and make shopping for a new roof easy. Their team is 100% professional, and they offer everything to give you peace of mind. Totally opposite of what you might expect from smaller contractors. New Look Home Design, they offer same-day virtual and in-person estimates. There's no obligation to buy. They'll give you line-by-line pricing, so there's no hidden fees. And you'll also get a 3D rendering of what your new roof would look like, so there's no surprises. And in my opinion, best of all, they offer a solid warranty. So if you need a new roof, call New Look Home Design. Now through May 31st, when you buy a new roof, you pay half later and the other half never. Save 50% on roofing materials and qualify for interest-free financing. Call them today at 800-279-5300. That's 800-279-5300. Online at newlookhomedesign.com. That's newlookhomedesign.com. And tell them Andrew sent you.
My mom's the bomb. Her hugs are so good, there's a wait list. Her laughter is the life of the party.
party. Her smile makes everyone smile. Everything worth knowing, I learned from her. That's why this Mother's Day, I'm heading to Hellsberg Diamonds. They have beautiful diamond pendants, gemstone rings, and more. Hellsberg makes it easy to find a gift she'll love, one that hopefully she'll pass down to me one day, along with her secret to perfect hugs. Save big on mom-worthy gifts at a Hellsberg store near you or at hellsberg.com. Hurry, Mother's Day is Sunday, May 8th.
Now through May 10th, join a clean and spacious Planet Fitness for $1 down and only $10 a month. With tons of equipment and free fitness training, it's the perfect place for everybody to work out.
Even me, Mr. I can't sleep at night, so I keep dozing off during the day.
Especially you, Snoozy. You'll rest easier and feel fit-tacular.
Wait, how did you get in here?
Join in club or at planetfitness.com. $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Hurry, deal ends May 10th. See club for details.
DQ presents. Picture this. You stand before the awe-inspiring new signature stack burger menu at DQ and your mouth wonders, where have you been all my life? That's 5 taste bud tempting cheeseburgers with 100% real seasoned beef. You peek at the loaded A1 stack burger with 2 premium sauces. Then the flamethrower stack burger with tongue-tingling jalapeno bacon. Then you realize moments like these are exactly why we have the DQ signature stack burger menu. DQ. Happy tastes good. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Get authentic Philly cheesesteak flavor in Montgomery County at Philly Cheesesteaks and Wings in Limerick and their new Collegeville location. Their steaks ooze that authentic Philly taste. They have the freshest ingredients from prime steak to fresh baked rolls. Add their award-winning wings to make the perfect game time treat. Make your big game party extra super. Let them cater your event. Go to PhillyCSW.com for both locations and check out their extensive delicious menu. Philly Cheesesteaks and Wings. This ain't no suburban cheesesteak.
We all reach tipping points in life. The weight of a low-paying job, unpaid bills, a new family. You can't keep going. That's where My Computer Career can help. In just months, not years, they can help you start a new life as an IT pro, even with no prior experience. Impossible? You learn online from home, and My Computer Career offers lifetime career services to help you find jobs with companies begging for IT pros. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Hey there, casino fans. I'm here to let you know that the new BetRivers.com casino app is here. It's got lots and lots of exciting slots and table games to play, fast payouts, and a rewards program you'll love. Plus, with award-winning customer service, the excitement never stops. So get ready, casino lovers, to experience the BetRivers.com difference you can trust. It's a whole new game. Download it today.
Presented by Rivers Casino, Philadelphia. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Whether you want to buy a new home, grow your business, or build your nest egg, where there's a WSFS, there's a way. WSFS Bank has been serving the people of this region for nearly 200 years, so we understand your needs, your hopes, your aspirations. With a local presence and national capabilities, WSFS is the bank from here that can take you anywhere. So now the question is, where would you like to go? Where there's a WSFS, there's a way. WSFS Bank. We stand for service. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, what's going on? My name is Rob Jenners, and I am a graduate of the Connecticut School of Broadcasting, which is now the CSB Media Arts Center. I've been living my dream in radio, production, and sports broadcasting for 20 years now, thanks to CSB with the nation's most successful sports broadcasting program. We're talking sports talk, play-by-play, color commentary, get trained and get coached by the pros in just 8 to 16 weeks with a campus nearby in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. CSB Media Arts Center. Visit GoCSB.com.
Connecticut School of Broadcasting is now the CSB Media Arts Center. I'm Taylor Morgan, a proud CSB grad. The instruction from true media pros and the connections that I made spawned a career that's lasted more than 30 years. What you can learn in just 2 to 4 months at CSB Media Arts Center can set you on a whole new path. Train on site or online with classes in radio, TV, podcasting, video, all that is media. There's a campus in nearby Cherry Hill. Get your start. Visit GoCSB.com.
WPEN, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Home of 76ers basketball and Flyers hockey.
Plug in.
97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Sorry, this is your life right now. Listening to me on the radio.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Thanks so much for making the John Kincade Show part of your daily routine and hanging out with us. Pat's bouncing a bit now. I like that. Pat, a little negative this morning.
Okay.
Little negative. I'm glad to see.
I mean,
I get you.
I would say I'm being a realist, but
no, it's fine being a realist. I mean,
that's what every negative person says. They go, "No, I'm just being a realist."
I'm being realist.
But,
I'm being realist.
No, I'm probably skewed
When keeping it
more
real
negative.
goes wrong.
Yeah, I always it's one of the sort of like the no one likes us, we don't care crap, which truly
I think
we do.
I think everybody to a man knows that that's a load of crap.
And everybody who does the Negadelphia thing goes, "Oh no, I'm not negative. No. I'm just more realistic than you are. I'm just more insightful than you are."
Well, in fairness, our reality is mostly negative.
That's all we know. We were born.
Jamie, I'm going to just tell you this.
We thrive in it.
This city has compared to so many other sports cities.
Yeah, but we
has
don't
had
care
it
about
so
them.
much. I understand, but it's being myopic. It's like it's this city.
Well, it's
oh
not
my
really
God.
because
There
the Phillies are the losingest franchise in sports history.
I know, but you haven't lived that.
I've lived 40 years of it, and it's mostly sucked.
You haven't lived the Phillies being trash.
Yes, I have.
The people who lived.
Do you remember
before,
the 90s?
The people who lived before you.
I don't care
lived the
about
trash.
them. I care about
I know
me.
you're myopic. That's what I'm saying. You're defining myopic.
Well, yes, but there is reason for negativity
There
in
are
this
so
town.
many
It's not
cities that have it
manufactured.
far worse than this city.
Yeah, but I don't care about them.
I understand.
Name them.
I lived in one for 25 years.
Think Atlanta has it worse?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely had it worse.
I mean, so I don't count cities like Atlanta because they don't have 4 major sports teams. Like Buffalo. Like, I think Buffalo's had it worse, but they don't have a basketball team.
Well, what is
so it doesn't? Because when you have
it's
4
what
major
you have.
sports,
You deal with what you have.
if you have, okay, relax.
I'm saying
if you have 4 major sports teams, you have a more crack at the apple of winning a championship. And when you fail 4 times instead of 3, it sucks worse.
Detroit's terrible.
Wait, Detroit? They have
It's
the Red
terrible.
Wings. Are you kidding me? They made the playoffs for 26 straight years. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
well, they
have a
haven't
bunch
won
of
it
cups.
since Eric Lindros.
Well, but because the Lions suck, we're going to look at Detroit. I kill for Detroit championships.
Pat, I know you're a hockey guy, as I am.
Pistons were pretty good, too.
A Stanley Cup to a city means jack.
Okay, what about
compared
the
to a
NBA
Super Bowl?
What about the NBA championships that the Detroit?
What,
Pistons
20-some
won?
years ago?
No,
20
no.
years ago?
Larry Brown.
2002?
Rip
What was
Hamilton.
2003?
2008?
No, I wanted to say 7 or something.
I want to say 3.
It's funny, though. You bring this up. Yesterday, I went to get hoagies for lunch. I stopped at my favorite place, Chick's Hoagies over in Cherry Hill.
Okay.
And we were talking about the ups and downs of
2004.
Philadelphia sports. Thursday, one of the greatest sports days, right? Sixers win Game 6. Eagles have an unbelievable draft. The Phillies won a game in the afternoon. And then you go to Friday, and the Phillies get no hit, and Joel Embiid has a broken face. And the guy Kenny, my friend over there, is like, Bob, it's just like Philadelphia, isn't it? Isn't that just typical Philadelphia? And I was like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's 89, 90, and 2004 for the Pistons. I'll take that.
Okay. So it's we're coming on a generation they haven't won a title.
Once again.
Well, again, but that's 3 titles in my lifetime, which I've seen none of with the Sixers.
But it's more than that. It's 3 for the NBA, and then you factor in, as I said,
Red Wings.
I don't care if you don't like hockey or not. That's a championship. That's a parade. That's in a 4 major sport that you won. The Flyers don't have that. The Sixers don't have that. Like, I think, yes, we've been fortunate because we've seen champions.
Washington?
They saw
They won the Cup 2 years ago.
Yeah, but again,
Yeah.
it's
And
winning
the
the
Nationals
Stanley
won.
Cup
We're
to a
talking
city.
4 major
The
sports.
Pat, I
don't-
get
yeah,
ya.
John, but I don't think you do because you're talking.
No, I do, Pat.
You're picking your narrative of.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I
A
am not. I'm
champion-
telling you,
I'm not
winning
picking
a
the
Stanley
Philadelphia
Cup,
soul.
Pat, you're talking about winning a Stanley Cup to a city does not do to a sports city what winning a Super Bowl
I don't
does.
care. It's a championship.
I got you, but it doesn't do it.
It doesn't seem like you do.
It doesn't.
It's 4 major sports
Pat,
teams,
it's a
and you
niche
won a
sport.
championship.
Thanks each
I
other
don't
for
care.
listening.
It's
Thank
a
you for
niche
listening.
sport.
Thank you for listening.
Yes. Niche. Thank you, buddy.
You're niche. Thank
it's
you.
niche.
I really want to thank you for listening.
It's like, oh my gosh.
I mean, we do suck, though, historically.
I'm just trying to go through 4 major cities that has a worse championship run than Philadelphia.
There's not many.
It's kind of hard.
But to John's point, you won the Super Bowl.
You've seen
5
2
years ago.
championships. You've seen 2 championships in the past 15 years. 2 parades in the 2 sports that matter the most to an American city.
All right, dude.
Football and baseball and basketball.
Do the 20 years prior to that.
It does. I lived it, so I know it too.
It didn't happen.
I understand.
So
that.
I'm not just happy with the little crumbs I've gotten. I want more. I want a freaking prime rib.
Jamie's right. I have a hard time listening to two guys who lived when they were in the championships, and like all 4 teams were in a championship the same year.
Yeah, but they
crying to
didn't
me.
win. Yeah, but you would say they didn't win. But you'd say they didn't win.
I'm shooing you off.
But you would say it didn't matter
Shooing
because
you
they
off.
didn't win. Like I don't like if my team. What I care about is when my team is crappy. When my team is winning 65 games in baseball. When my basketball team's winning 20. But they did that on purpose for 4 years. So, hey, the 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. Get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to Bagster.com. By the way, the play-by-play guy for Toronto you saw apologized.
Yeah, you can take that apology and just throw it in
And
the
the
trash.
fan in Toronto, as I said to them yesterday, they go, he's ducking us. I was asked to go on the fan in Toronto yesterday about my rant about their broadcasters, and I said, I'm on the golf course this afternoon. I'm not doing a phone-in on the golf course. So then I got told, they were saying you were ducking them. I said, no, I'm not ducking them. If I'll talk to them anytime, but I'm not a person who's taking phone calls on the golf course. So wouldn't do that. But he finally apologized. And I'm not going to rip the guy when he apologized and fell on the sword and said, yeah, it wasn't good. This wasn't a good look. And he apologized to Joel Embiid. I think at that point, you can continue to throw stones at him, but at least he did it. Now, the other guy did not apologize.
From Raptors.com?
They have he apologized on his Twitter feed. To me, that's something that it's really bad. It's really bad. A Twitter apology, by the way, is not really a Twitter apology, too.
He should get on his next broad. Oh, wait.
Yeah, he doesn't have
can't
one. No, what you
apologize on
could
the
do is you
broadcast.
could reach out to the Sixers and say, if Joel Embiid would like to speak to me, I'd like to speak to him.
If I'm Joel Embiid, I go, next. What do I care? What do I care about some Toronto guy?
I'd want to show the grace and say, I'd want to
You
show
can
the
make
grace
the
and
effort,
say,
but if I'm Joel Embiid, I don't give a damn what that guy says.
I'm busy right now. Hey, want to right off the bat is, though, it's clear, if you haven't figured it out yet, the Heat are clearly beatable. And I'm not saying it's definitely happening, and I'm not saying it even should happen, but it's completely apparent that the Sixers had the much easier path to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. And yes, this Embiid injury really does throw a wrench into things, but man, I mean, this was a much easier path. That's a beatable team.
It was an easier path. Yeah, I look at it the other way. I say, okay, if I was the 76ers and I had a home game last night and I played awful and I won by 12, 14 points, would I be feeling, this other team, we're very beatable? You know, Miami's probably feeling pretty good about themselves. They didn't play well last night.
They did not play their
nothing. Best. You know, Adebayo and Hero had good games. But they didn't play well last night, but they still won by 14. Yeah, Joel Embiid isn't here, but it's the hand that's being dealt to you. So I have a feeling that Miami gained a lot of confidence last night saying, we didn't shoot well, we didn't play great defense.
I didn't think they played that bad.
You look at it as Miami played.
I didn't think Miami played great, and they won by 14.
I watched that.
I thought that's who they are.
My eyes said that's a Miami game.
Yeah,
like that
they won it around 100 points.
Even though Jimmy Butler does not look right.
Yeah, that was weird. They were playing with his wrist and all so much.
They did. And a gentleman says here that we missed something that on the TNT broadcast, he said when they came back from a break, you could see they were clearly manipulating his
the wrist. Yeah.
But they were really getting into it. I thought it was something else with Jimmy that was bothering him.
Well, he has an inflamed left
body,
knee. Yeah,
right?
he's got a left knee that's going on also.
He didn't look right.
No, he didn't, and you got to take advantage of that. But, you know, I said it yesterday, the guy that's going to kill you this series, and I don't mean like he's going to come out and score 25, 30 every game, but the guy that's going to hit big shots, it's that Tyler Hero kid. And Jamie said it yesterday, he's a hate the face. Well, he's going to become even worse if he has more games like he did last night.
I think you two talked that into existence last night.
What is up with this?
It did. It was like they talked it into existence.
The sports guys aren't listening to us jagaloons.
Who do you think they listen to?
Probably WOGL. I think they have a new morning show.
You think they're trying?
Yeah, they're trying that out for a little bit. They might go to
the sports gods, Peter and Stan.
I don't know, but I don't think they're listening to us. Like I don't think Jamie and Bob are the reason why Tyler Hero went off. I think Tyler Hero went off because he's talented and they didn't get him in foul trouble.
Do you believe in the idea of manifestation?
No.
You do not.
No, I've been trying to. I tried to manifest myself as 5'7" for my teens. It never happened.
Well, you can't manifest being taller.
See, now you're picking and choosing.
Yeah, you cannot.
You're picking.
You
and
can only
choosing.
manifest things that can be.
According to Jim Harbaugh, he manifested himself being over 6 foot, and he's dead serious about it. He's like, he claims he drank nothing but milk.
You know he's a maniac.
Yeah, he's crazy. But I tried that.
Slightly psycho. He is. Jamie, I would think Jamie would be a guy that could get into the metaphysical a little bit. Do you believe in? I believe in manifestation completely.
A little bit. I don't not believe in it.
I believe, but it only controls you.
Yes. It doesn't control outside forces,
Correct.
but if you...
Like, I can't manifest Jamie being something.
Yeah.
Or Coach doing something. I can manifest just for myself. But I absolutely believe that.
Yeah, you have to envision yourself in the place you want to be.
When I talk to kids, I'll say, students and stuff, I'll say, okay, I'll ask them a question. I'll say, okay, you're 30. Tell me what job you want. And they'll say, oh, I'd love to. I'll say, start over. And I'll say to them, I will be. I see myself as. Matt, I think that once you get that into your affirmations, I think people will work a little bit harder for it. This series is there for the taking, though. And I truly believe
absolutely.
I truly believe it. It's not there. It doesn't mean you're going to take it. It doesn't mean you're going to be. It's there. That team is beatable. That team is going to lose. I do not see any way they beat Boston or Milwaukee.
No.
And I think Milwaukee might crush them.
Yeah, I mean, Middleton being out for the rest of the series, that's going to catch up at some point. Boston's playing really well in spite of that game the other day. Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say the winner of that series is the favorite in the Eastern Conference and maybe to win it all.
Hey, you can get paid for your old computers, monitors, printers, and more at Armor Metals and Recycling. Armor Metals is your e-cycling headquarters. Armor Metals, your most trusted recycling partner. Visit armormr.com for more. After we were joking around about Armor and the recycling of metal, 3 emails from people going, what is that? Can you send me that? How much metal do people have around their home or something?
Who knows?
To recycle. I mean, where would you have, like, I can understand you have some metal.
Some old filing cabinets, some safes.
I was just shocked because it was, we get advertisers, people say, can you send me College Ave? Can you send me Copair? Tell me, are you really doing, that's the one I really like. I had a guy yesterday say to me, are you really doing Copair? I said, do I look that bad? And he goes, no. He goes, because I wonder when I hear people do things if they're really doing it. And I'm like, yeah. I said, I'm really doing it. So it's one of those things where a lot of people wanted to know about recycling metal, though. That's an interesting one. I almost want to go around and collect metal now.
Well, I mean, there are the trash collectors that go around with the trucks and the walls build up, and they'll pillage stuff out of people's trash in terms of you can get good money for metal. I have a buddy that works in industrial, like furniture, table, and lighting, and
they go through other people's
and he'll refurbish stuff, sell stuff. Like, there's money out there. Especially on people's curbs.
Want to give a shout out this morning to Matt Blong. What a cool name, Matt Blong. Well, I met him yesterday at the golf tournament. He is at the hospital today. His wife is going to give birth to their second child.
Wow.
So, Matt, congratulations.
Scheduled, I guess, so that's why he was golfing?
He was golfing yesterday, or maybe something happened.
Flying close to the sun there.
Matt looked like he was having a good time on the golf course yesterday,
too.
Good
luck today, Matt.
Matt, we love that you listen, and he listens.
Do you, Matt.
He listens every day. But or maybe he has the really cool wife that just says, go on. Look, you can get to the hospital. He lives near the golf course. You can, someone calls you. You get in the car and you go to the hospital.
Sure. Leave your wife alone, too.
Only on the soap operas are they like having to give birth in the side of the road.
I know a girl that delivered her own baby in shotgun of her car. She was on CNN and all the national news outlets.
There was a shotgun
down in Atlanta.
Where?
In the shotgun seat of her car.
Oh, okay.
Down in Atlanta, actually.
Really?
Yeah, her and her husband delivered their third child in the passenger seat.
Really?
Yeah.
I would suggest getting your kid to Northside Hospital, where Olivia was born and Jen Scordo. Both born in the same hospital there. Philly's trying to keep the positive home momentum going. And I talk about it, too. And a gentleman says to me here on email earlier going, what's the thing about the 50 wins? You don't need to have 50 wins at home in order to make the postseason. Look, dude, I'm trying to do the math for you here. Is that if you want to be a postseason team this year, what are we thinking? 90? If you get 90, you're feeling good about your chances to be a postseason team. So win 50 at home and then go 40 and 41 on the road. Just be like a 500 team. And he goes, and so I sent him an email back and he's like, you don't have to win 50 is my point. I'm like, okay, then you can go win on the road, whatever it is. Right now, just to give you a heads up, the Phillies are 3-7 away from home. So if you're thinking that they're going to be a 46-47 win road team, they better get on their horse because it's off to a very bad start right now. The Phillies 8-5 at home, though. I'm happy about that. And you get a 6-game homestand this week. 2 with the Rangers, which just seems strange to me. Still, the American League teams coming in, I've still never gotten used to it. This seems strange to me.
I've never gotten used to it, but I like it.
You do like it.
I do. I like seeing all the talent come in. I like to see you play against everybody. Yeah. I don't like that you could go to a World Series and never have seen that team play.
You do realize that next year, Bob, you're really going to love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you won't see every team at home, but your team will play every single team in baseball every year.
Love it.
You
so
love it too.
Yeah.
I don't. It's weird. I think they need to get rid of American League and National League then. It doesn't make it's almost like it doesn't make sense to me anymore. They want to play a balanced schedule. It almost doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, it helps promote the league,
like
though,
NBA,
right?
NBA divisions mean nothing.
No.
And I don't care. The NBA's never been more popular. And NBA divisions mean absolutely nothing.
What are you talking about? The Celtics can hang an Atlantic Division champs.
And nobody cares. I don't even know if Celtic fans know they won it.
Yeah,
they're so insignificant.
I never look at standings like that at all. I always look at conference standings. I don't, because you'll see 1 through 8, just in basketball or hockey, whatever it may be. No, I don't care about the divisions anymore.
I mean, it
used to be fun back.
Yeah, it doesn't. Now it just doesn't mean anything. Would you be upset if American League and National League went away?
Yes,
you would be.
Why?
Well,
they play the same.
What's the World Series?
But they play the same game now.
What's the World Series?
The
Just
two
the best
teams.
2?
Yeah, the 2 best teams.
I like the division.
Would you be upset?
Conferences.
Would you be upset if AFC and NFC went away?
Yeah, because I think sometimes if the Eagles had to play some AFC teams that year and not Minnesota, maybe they don't win.
Would you want to see in some sort of a more balanced NFL schedule? More balanced than it is now? Where divisions don't mean as much?
No. Because I think division football is better than any other division.
Yeah, I think football divisions
means the most.
That'd be the most. Are you in that or not?
I don't know. I kind of like the way things are. Keep it. I'm a keeper guy. I definitely don't want baseball to not be American and national.
Even though they're playing the same game now and it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, I know. No, I don't want to not have Boston, say, the Red Sox and the Yankees be that rival anymore. I love when a series like that's going on to read what's going on up there between those two teams.
Pat, are you a purist that you need divisions? I think divisions mean nothing.
I like it, but it's partly it's the purist nature and the fact that I've grown up with it. I don't see a reason for getting rid of it. A good enough reason.
What if you had no divisions in baseball? They're going to play a balanced schedule next year where you play every team.
Right.
So let's make a balanced schedule where you play every National League team the same amount of games. And you just go National League, American League, and you take the 6 best teams in the National League, 6 best teams in the American League, and get rid of the divisions. Because I would personally not want to play the Marlins 19 times.
Well, that's only because we suck versus them and we were beating them up.
No, but I mean, it bores the hell out of me.
It makes rivalries, though. Like the Yankees and Red Sox wouldn't be a rival if it wasn't for the fact they're in the same division.
And they're playing 19 times.
I probably wouldn't hate the Mets as much. I would hate them.
Yeah, it's fuel to the geographic natural rivalry.
And rivalries are good.
Do you think it pays off at the gates? Because it doesn't seem like
when the Phillies and Mets were both going back and forth for the division in 06, 07, 08, I can tell you, yeah.
Yeah.
So if both teams are good, it matters.
Yes.
But when one of the teams isn't.
When both teams are good, it's magical.
Oh, it's magical.
It's awesome.
Yes.
But when one team isn't good, it sucks.
Because I'm wondering if we're going to see it this weekend with the Mets and the Phillies. 4-game series. And I know, Jamie, you were saying yesterday it's too early to say something's critical. This is your 3rd series against the Mets. It's the 3rd. You only get 6 series a year. It's your 3rd. And by the way, by the end of May, by the end of this month, you're going to be through the 4th series with the Mets.
Jeez.
You're only going to play the Mets the rest of the season 2 more times.
Yeah, Mets fans are riding high. They're a pretty good team.
I think it's going to be flooded with Mets fans this weekend, but mainly because the Sixers play Friday and Sunday.
Yep,
that's not a bad idea either.
Not going to be a great weather weekend at all.
Saturday
for this
is supposed
series.
to pour.
Saturday, pouring 90% chance of rain, only going up to 52.
Of course, because you want to go play golf.
Yeah, Sunday, 59.
Man, that's a bad weekend. You know what? Get Adam Joseph on the phone. He's slacking off. Adam Joseph is running 10 miles at the Valley Forge Park. That's great, Adam. Fix the weather. Stop doing 10-mile runs and fix the weather. At some point, when do we hold our weather people accountable for our crappy weather?
Paw Patrol the movie, John, they make a weather machine that sucks up all the bad weather.
And the Cassadines did it on General Hospital.
So it's possible. If Mayor Humdinger can do it, anybody can.
Mayor Humdinger did it?
Yeah.
Rubble's on the double.
Let's take to the sky.
Now, wait a minute. What did they do? They sucked the bad weather up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, the Cassadines want to make it rain in the desert.
Well, that's a good cause.
Yeah, but they're crazy. They want to also control the world, though.
Oh.
By having that power.
So did Pinky.
Oh, my God. Who the hell cares?
Pipe down there. Pipe down. That's a human interest story.
It definitely is a human interest story.
Trying to feed the people that can't grow crops. But then they want to control the world, too, so it's not good. There is a interesting story that Jamie wants to get into that surrounded some of the Eagles' dynamic of leadership. I want to get into that one. Plus, our listener-suggested segment from Mark is a interesting one today, and I think that it's something we all got to look ourselves deep in the mirror about. It's the John Kincade Show. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Have you downloaded the new BetParks app yet? And why I say, have you looked at it? Because a lot of people say, yeah, I've seen the BetParks app before. It didn't grab me. Well, you know what? It would now. Because this thing has been redesigned, and it's absolutely beautiful. It is slick. It is easy to use. I don't think there's a better app out there. And right now, if you download the BetParks app, go to betparks.com in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. You can grab yourself a $750 risk-free bet, and all you have to do is use my promo code Kincade. Now, futures bets, if you still want to bet on who's going to win the championship, you can in the NBA. If you want to bet on the Sixers' next game, if you like the line when it comes out, you may want to jump on it early. The game in the midst of it, if you come in the first quarter, you can also bet then. The in-game wagering is fantastic. It is a beautiful app that allows you to have the casino and the sports book in one, to be able to sample some of the exciting games right in the palm of your hand. And with a $750 risk-free bet, I would say it's pretty much a no-brainer to get involved. Get on in right now. The BetParks app. Go to betparks.com in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. You got to be 21. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
They're like the family from hell on acid that's on steroids.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Hi, it's me, Steven Singer. Yeah, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. Other George just love to hate me. Why? Because we actually have gifts for Mother's Day that your mom, grandmom, and wife really want and will cherish, like my magnificent, beautiful, brand new 24-karat gold dip rose named Creamsicle. Remember when you were a little kid and your mom took you on the boardwalk and you got an orange and vanilla swirl ice cream cone? Or when the ice cream truck would pull up to your neighborhood and you got a creamsicle? What a nice treat. Get the moms in your life a deeply dipped 24-karat gold dip rose that has orangey and vanilla colored petals named Creamsicle. This creamsicle rose will remind her of the good old days when you were younger and wonderful memories. Go now to IHateStevenSinger.com. Get this exclusive 24-karat gold dip beauty and celebrate Mother's Day in style. There's still time for free shipping by Mother's Day. But you have to order now. The best gift for Mother's Day, starting at just $59. Go now to IHateStevenSinger.com.
Tired of paying more and getting less? T-Mobile believes customers should get more without worrying about their bill. That's right. More 5G coverage, more savings, and even more cool stuff. And what does that mean? It's like expecting this and getting this. Expecting this and getting this. At T-Mobile, you get more. Like more 5G bars and more places and more savings. So your family saves 20% with Essentials versus AT&T and Verizon. Plus, we won't raise the price of your rate plan with our Price Lock Guarantee. So, would you rather have this or this? The answer's simple. Switch to T-Mobile today and see for yourself what more feels like.
T-Mobile is America's largest 5G network. 20% savings with 2 to 4 lines on Essentials versus comparable plans. Features may vary. Price lock for rate plan, talk, text, and data on qualifying lines. See terms at T-Mobile.com.
Grilling never smelled so good.
Introducing new Kingsford Signature Flavors. Made with 100% real spices, Kingsford Signature Flavors flavor boosters can be added to any pre-lit charcoal or bought pre-mixed with Kingsford charcoal briquettes to add a whole new rich, full-bodied flavor and aroma to your cookout. For flavor you can see, smell, and taste. New Kingsford Signature Flavors. Kingsford.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new LG laundry pair with Turbo Wash 3D that provides a powerful yet gentle clean in just 29 minutes, making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Save up to $700 on LG laundry with your choice of top load or front load LG high capacity laundry pairs at the Home Depot. Valid April 21st to May 11th. U.S. only. Gas Direct.
Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers. They wrote the book on workers' compensation in Pennsylvania. Turn to the team you can trust. Visit PAWorkInjury.com. Located in Center City, Bristol, Malvern, Allentown, Reading, Sunbury, and Harrisburg. Our attorneys are ready to listen and get you the justice you deserve. When you or a loved one are hurt on the job, you deserve the best. PAWorkInjury.com. Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers.
Meet Allison, teammate at Truist Bank. Hi. She was born to care, and she always had your back. You could say that. Like that time back in the mid-'80s when she spotted Stacy Kaminsky with her new perm, and a car was coming, about to hit a puddle. So Allison jumps in front of the splash, just in time to protect Stacy's fresh curls.
Look, I had to do it. A wet perm just doesn't work.
Today, Allison's a teammate at Truist, the bank that starts with care. When you start with care, you get a different kind of bank. Learn more at truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Mike Missinelli here for Landis Block and Concrete. There is nothing like having a beautiful backyard. Think of many things you can do with it. You can sit outside on a nice little patio, have a nice glass of wine, have a few friends over to cook on your Landis Block outdoor kitchen. Turn your backyard into a personal paradise with Landis Block. They're the resource center for all outdoor living. All you need is imagination, space, and a budget. Resource center for all outdoor living. All you need is imagination, space, and a budget. Check out the photo gallery at landisbc.com. That's landisbc.com for Landis Block, jaw-dropping outdoor paradises.
It's Stars and Stripes Harley's 000 event. 0 cash down, 0 interest, and 0 payments until after summer on any new Harley this week only. Stars and Stripes Harley has the largest Harley inventory in Pennsylvania with hundreds of bikes in stock. Stars and Stripes Harley has secured financing terms that can save you thousands on interest. No cash down, no payments, no interest until fall. Annual percentage rates such as 1.99% and no payments till September on any new Harley at Stars and Stripes Harley's 000 event. Now through Sunday. No payments for 120 days, no interest for 90 days with approved credit. Hello?
Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now.
Iron Mountain Men's Health. It's the leader in men's sexual health. They're here in the Delaware Valley. If you're looking for help with low testosterone or ED, you want a doctor who specializes in treatment, and it should be someone in your local area that you can trust and call anytime if you have questions or concerns. Well, that's Dr. Avidan Appel at Iron Mountain Men's Health. Maybe you've tried pills and they didn't work. It's probably because you weren't given the right treatment for your specific body chemistry. Oftentimes, those pills work less than 35% of the time. At Iron Mountain Men's Health, you meet with a physician who will take proper care in making sure you do receive the right treatment. Some patients experience results after just their first visit. They offer financing for qualified patients and telehealth appointments for your convenience. So set up your free consultation today at ironmountainmenshealth.com or call 215-659-3770. Tell them Bob Cooney sent you.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Yes, I'm a seasoned broadcaster, but I've also got a fine head of hair.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. And we greatly appreciate you being a part of our show. Tell your family, tell your friends. And you know what Thursday is, Bobby?
Thursday is the day after Wednesday.
The day after, you almost said Friday. Jamie?
It's my last day of work this week.
Thursday is another day of National Teachers Appreciation Week, John.
Congratulations, teachers. You are the best. We love you.
Hey, no, Thursday is National Hoagie Day. I want to tell you. And Wawa Hoagies, they want you to know that Wawa Hoagies are made with delicious ingredients on a freshly baked roll. You can add fresh mozzarella to any hoagie. Gotta have a Wawa. And by the way, I say mozzarella like that because it pisses off one of my friends who listens to the show, who says, that's not how you say it.
Wait, what? How did you say it?
I'll do the mozzarella. I'll give it the little, what do you call it when you put a little, you say, oh, you put a little twang on it or something. When you say about words, you go, oh, you put a little
English on it?
Whatever.
A little stank.
A little stank on it, whatever.
Yeah, like
and he hates
Giada.
it. He goes, that is not how you say it.
Little moots?
Yeah, Giada does the mozzarella.
Yeah, she does that right.
You know, and it's not, really, you're just going to get out of... And
she
then
says that
you
right
got-
before she destroyed her.
Buddy of mine was just in the Barbados at the same hotel as her.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
all. That's the extent of the story.
Did she hit on him?
No? He was with his wife, so probably not. Unless she's into that sort of thing, which is even hotter.
I don't know. To give you that. All right, before we get to Jamie with a little bit of a dynamic that he's interested in with the Eagles, I want to get to our listener-suggested segment of the day.
I swear. We're going to do it.
You know what?
We're going to do it right now.
Here is the listener-suggested segment of the day.
Okay, that was a bottom of the eighth perfect game.
Wow.
I disagree with you.
Why, you think we screwed up earlier?
No. I think that the dramatic pause
helped. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. So it was a design choice.
It enhances the segment. It gets people thinking, man, what could it be?
That was like a director's cut.
Exactly.
We're finding out there it is.
Great spin, Pat.
Mark didn't want his last name to be used.
You say Mark.
But Mark is one of our listeners, and he says he was getting ridiculed the other day at work. And I don't know why my spell check did that. But he was getting ridiculed at work by the guys that he works with because he will not take his middle school. He has one kid in middle school. He has two in elementary school. And he will not take them to a Philadelphia sporting event. He says when he goes, he's embarrassed by the actions of adults, the excessive drinking, and he thinks that it's not a real family environment. And
This is all games?
He does not take his kids. The only thing he's taking his kids to is a baseball game.
Okay, I was going to say the Phillies is the best.
Phillies is the only one he's taking his kids to. He will not take his kids to an Eagles game. He will not take his kids to a Sixers game. And I tried to convince him in an email. I said, I can tell you I would have taken an elementary school kid to a Sixers game. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think the Sixers games are bad either. Flyers, the fan base is angry right now, so maybe avoid that one.
He wanted to know what we think as parents. What have we done? Where have we been? And Pat, he doesn't count like if you take Jack to our box. And he made that clear.
I understand that, for
he
sure.
He goes, that doesn't count. He said, if I had a luxury box that I was taking to a kid game, I'd take it. But he was getting ridiculed by all the guys in his office. They go, you're dealing with stereotypes.
How old are these kids?
He has two in elementary school and one in middle school.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I think it's ridiculous, too.
Yeah, I've never encountered anything bad. Look, are you going to hear maybe
Eagles,
some
though,
language and stuff like that? Yeah, but in an Eagles game, you go to a tailgate among friends, right? You're not really just crashing a violent tailgate or a crazy tailgate that you don't know the people.
Violent tailgate.
So, is there going to be some stuff? They're going to smell some weed and stuff like that. Okay, but I don't. That's part of life.
I don't.
Bobby.
I thought he was dealing with it, and I didn't accuse him, but I said to him, it's sort of like you're dealing with like 80 stereotypes of going into the old vet.
Yeah, I think we've gotten baby poop soft as a fan base for the most part in terms of being angry and cursing and yelling in that 700 level.
It's not the same.
I don't know where he's sitting. I don't see it.
Well, he's not. No, Pat. He's not saying he'll go to game, but he won't.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know where he's sitting in these because I have season tickets for the Phillies and the Sixers. I have the cheapest tickets you could possibly get, and I don't see it like that. The ushers are pretty quick to. Like I told you guys this. I got yelled at for saying a guy sucks one time.
Well, that's stupid.
It was stupid.
That is very
suck. So I was in my right, but like
Steve Jeltz was not that bad.
It wasn't Steve Jeltz. It was some guy on the Mets. But that's ridiculous.
There you go.
So you had a chance to jump on him about something, and you just sat there idly by.
What do you mean?
He's got season tickets to 2 different sporting teams, and he's making fun of you for the money you spend to go on vacation.
Congrats on all your success, Pat. I'm very happy for you.
I appreciate that. I'll sell the weekday games, so I go to the majority of the weekend games and the weekday games. I'll end up selling because you guys scoot me up.
There you go.
When I had these tickets, I was free. I was free as a bird at night. Didn't have to get up early in the morning.
Not now. No longer free
Not
as
now.
a bird.
No, not free as a bird.
If you got problems with your building's water and wastewater pump system, you know what to do. You visit pumpmanphilly.com.
Pump.
I see the trend is just continuing.
Sorry.
Even is that a bad day today?
It's not as bad. Great.
Visit Pumpman Philly, the guys to know to fix your flow.
I got a flow that needs fixing.
Man,
DeAndre Jordan clogging it up.
Oh my gosh. Well, Anthony's not around. I don't think right now, and so you're picking up the Anthony baton. The down in the dumps. I can't do the down in the dumps. I can't watch that game last night and be, man, I'm down in the dumps. It's the shooting exhibition was terrible, but that game was in the 10 minutes to go. You're still in it.
Yeah, that was good. It was frustrating because it was. I'm almost like I would rather watch a good basketball game and watch your team lose than a bad basketball game and watch your team lose. Like last night wasn't a great. I didn't think it. And Jamie had a good point earlier. Maybe that's just exactly the way Miami makes you look, and that's why they're a number 1 seed. They can make teams look bad. There's a lot of good teams out there that can make you look bad. And the West Coast, you see more of good teams playing good basketball, and you get a winner out of a game. Last night was kind of an East Coast game, if you can label it as such. It just wasn't fun to watch, but I do understand the optimism coming out of it. If the Sixers made some shots, they could have won that game.
If they had they were 6 of 34. 6 of 34. If they had finished 11 of 34, they win the game.
And Jamie,
it's incredible.
I thought you had the best stat of the day. I don't have it with me. DeAndre Jordan, I think he played
of the day.
He played 17 minutes last night.
The Heat scored 50 points in DeAndre Jordan's 17 minutes and 56 points during the 31 minutes he sat.
That's unbelievable.
And the coach is going to sit up there and tell me if I like it or not. Really? I have eyeballs. I can process basketball. I might not be Dr. James Naismith.
No, you're
but my
not.
Lord, man, I know when somebody sucks and when they're unplayable. And DeAndre Jordan is unplayable. I don't care if Paul Millsap, Charles Bassey, and Paul Reed all have to give you 5 fouls each. It's better than the alternative.
Jamie wanted to give us a little bit of a story about that you observed from something you were reading about draft day and Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman.
Yeah, I really like this little story from The Athletic because it's minor, but it shows, I think, a pretty good relationship between coach and GM here. It had to do with how the A.J. Brown trade went down. And Howie and Sirianni went through A.J. Brown's film to make sure there wasn't something that they were missing or maybe, I don't know, just looking for the flaws. Sirianni, after a couple games, said, "I'm good," the coach announced to the room. "I know this guy. I played against him twice a year. Everything I see here, I already know." Roseman responded, "Can we finish this? We've got 5 more games to watch." And then I believe it's Shield that wrote this, says, in a way, both guys had made their point. On one hand, if anyone needed to hear conviction in a colleague's voice to go all in on Brown, Sirianni gave the room that. On the other hand, Roseman was implicitly saying the same to the crowd without actually saying it, that he couldn't get enough of the Pro Bowler. And soon, conviction combined with the desire to see more would result in the biggest trade of 2022. I just think that's a cool front office coach dynamic where the coach is going, yeah, man, I've been on the sidelines watching this guy. I don't need to watch more tape. I know what I've seen. And the GM's just doing his due diligence of like, well, let's make sure, he's not lazily getting off the line here or his blocking is. And it's just, I think it's a little insight into a good relationship between the two and honestly might show Sirianni has a little more sway than I once thought.
I didn't think he did.
He's a wide receivers expert. He told us that last week. So, Howie, take him at his word, man. He's an expert.
I've seen enough.
I've seen enough. Ain't going to see no more.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm going to tell you, the more of Sirianni that I get exposed to, the more I like it.
Yeah, he seems like a man with conviction.
And I'm not saying he's going to be a great coach or anything. I'm just saying the more of him.
The more he exposes himself to you, the more you like.
I don't want to be to expose himself. That would
Was
be
he a trench coat guy?
I thought that went right over his head.
That would be sexual harassment. That would actually be sexual.
He's a
harassment.
likable dude.
He really is.
There's no question about it. And the stuff that he does, it's kind of silly with the shirts and all that, whatever.
Well, the pandering.
But it's like
he's a panderer.
It's who he is.
But my buddy saw
which
him.
makes it likable.
Their girls play soccer in the same league together, and he said he saw him last week at the fields. Carrying a coffee mug, wearing his Sixers stuff, carrying like the family jackets,
You know why?
like just being like a normal everyday guy. And I
He's
think
wearing it because the stuff's given to him. And that's the truth. And
I'd wear it too.
Absolutely. We get stuff given to us. Yeah. We'll wear it. I bought this at.
That's a nice one. The Rally House.
I know where I bought it.
Yeah.
Rally
is that where you got it?
House. Yes. Rally House. Shut your mouth. Go to Rally House.
I don't even blame him anymore. I blame you.
All I said was a store.
It's
They just opened one in Roxborough.
It stepped right in. It was absolutely
Great.
awesome.
It's right by my house.
You gotta love it. Going to Rally House. I like it when I get the tweet.
I do like going to Rally
The tweet from somebody going, I'm walking into Rally House and singing the song. But you got to do the shut your mouth and go to Rally House to check that one out. The optimism towards we'll gauge it more tomorrow morning. But I think that it is the steps of grieving. And I think we're going to go through the steps of grieving from last night's game. And by Wednesday night, we're going to believe they can win that game. I believe it right now. I absolutely believe the Sixers can win that game on Wednesday.
I do too. I thought game one.
I thought they're going to win last night, though.
Yeah, I thought game one was the more realistic one to kind of steal there. But I don't think the Sixers can play a lot worse. And I also think the Heat, for the most part, played pretty well. Like, I don't think Bam's going to be an 80% field goal percentage guy the entire series. I don't think Tyler Hero's going to hit shots at the rate at which he did last night. I think, though, Dan Burke has some work cut out for him to figure out a way to stop Hero. But Jimmy Butler's hobbled. Kyle Lowry's cooked and hurt on top of it. Victor Oladipo looked like an insignificant piece to me. You just got to figure out how to attack Bam. If you remove that, I mean, their offense is going to revolve around Tyler Hero. Okay. I think that's a way you can beat them.
Okay, but one of the things you just said, you have to figure out how to dial back Bam.
Yeah, it's easy. You don't play DeAndre Jordan.
Yeah, but your head coach came out and said he's going to do that.
Well, that's a problem.
Exactly. That's why I'm not so confident that they're going to win.
Why does everyone in the world see it but him?
I don't know, but everybody in the world doesn't have the last call, but he does.
He does.
And I am not arguing
We're
going to
lose, but we're going to lose my way.
He doesn't.
It kind of seems that way.
He doesn't.
Great, Doc.
He doesn't care. And I said it earlier today. And gentlemen jumped me on Twitter. Doc Rivers doesn't care about us at all.
And he shouldn't.
He's trying to win a game in the way he sees fit. But when you're that bold and sort of, hey, we believe it. We believe that I'm doing the right thing and I don't care what you think. And whether you like it or not, this is the way we're doing things. It's great. You want to build that bridge? You want to build a bridge that's going to explode on you or it's going to fall in on you. Because it's all going to fall on you. I think he's trying to take pressure off his team by saying it.
Could be.
Psychologically, it's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Look,
Doc Rivers saying, whether you like it or not, he wins over his locker room by saying, I'm not. I'm making the decisions here, not sports talk radio, not writers, not. We're together.
Well, maybe you should listen, and you wouldn't blow so many series leads in your life.
Yeah, but in
this, was that called for?
I mean, there's a reason this happens. If he's going to stick with DeAndre Jordan in the face of everything in the world telling him no, what is he watching? Honestly, the guy is unplayable.
Oh, he's terrible.
He doesn't play defense. He doesn't rebound. He gives you 2 alley-oops to James Harden. And if James Harden's the reason why DeAndre Jordan's playing, then James Harden, open your eyes, dude. I believe you're a basketball genius. What are you watching? I don't care if Paul Reed's not in the right position here and there occasionally. He hustles, he tries the defense, and he hits the glass. I'll take that. He came up with a steal that led to a transition point. All things DeAndre Jordan can't do.
Okay,
the guy can't play.
You said it before, though. You just said that you think that James Harden is a basketball genius. I would tend to agree with you on he appears to be one of the smarter players in the game. Well, then why in the world would he tolerate a guy playing dumb basketball?
I don't know.
And B-Ball Paul plays dumb basketball.
Yeah, he does.
I think DeAndre Jordan plays a limited game, limited by his own abilities. B-Ball Paul plays terrible basketball at times.
Yeah, but it led to momentum for the Sixers last night.
It did.
Things were better when him and Millsap were on the floor.
And I can't understand Anthony and Chunas were talking about something yesterday. And now I can't unsee it. That every time the ball gets to Anthony says something to Chunas yesterday, and Chunas goes, yeah, B-Ball Paul, do me a favor. Every time someone gets you the ball right there under the basket, don't dribble. He dribbled every time last night. He got the ball, and every time he had to put the ball on the floor before he made his move. The ball got to him. He's right under the basket. He could just take it strong to the hoop, and he has to put it on the ground and dribble. And to me, that's something that, well, if you practiced more as a team, maybe you would break that habit because he has to do it every time. And now I can't unsee it. Last night, every time he did it, got to put it on the floor.
Yeah, it's almost like Doc Rivers has to pull out his inner Delaware Blue Coat game. Okay? So B-Ball Paul was a great G League player. And what is the G League? It's running up and down. It's, that violent. Not violent. It's that. I said violent because Andrew's beating up on.
He's into violence.
Yeah.
You know what you say, violence when he travels.
But somehow he has to get him in the role of, okay, you're a player that's really needed on this team. You're not just a little special piece that we use here to fill in while Joel Embiid's not here. Because in that piece, B-Ball Paul thinks it's okay to get fouls 3 seconds into a game and to pick up 3 fouls inside of 6 minutes. I don't know what it is. I don't, keep your feet on the floor and your hands in the air on defense. Don't foul. But then again, you don't want to take away his aggressiveness. So I'm done with DeAndre Jordan. I speak like most Delaware Valleyans. Like, I'm done. I'm just done.
There's not one thing he provides to the team in any sort of positive light.
Nothing.
Not
Last
one.
night, nothing.
He provides confidence in Doc Rivers.
Well, then Doc needs to get his head checked out.
Well, I think that.
I mean, what are we watching here?
I think Cousin Chunas put subliminal messages into your head because I heard you yesterday. Andrew is in today. Andrew's in for Cuz today. I heard you yesterday, and you made the point. You said, yeah, could B-Ball Paul do me a favor? Every time he's underneath the basket, don't put it on the floor. You don't need to dribble. Just take it strong to the hoop. Mm-hmm. And every time he got the ball last night, he dribbled.
Yeah,
it's now in my head, and all I can hear is your voice saying that.
Can I say something?
Yes.
That is going to.
That's why you're in here. You're allowed to say something.
It's going to piss off a group of Sixers fans because Paul Reed is like.
He's one of them.
He's the new fan favorite.
Yeah.
He might be as bad as Robert Covington at the rim. I'm serious.
Wait a minute.
He might be as bad as Robert Covington at the rim.
That's an all-time bad.
Did you see him again airballing layups?
He airballed 2 or 3.
Every the dribble every time it goes up.
Every time.
Just go up strong. You're 6'8".
And you're there. You're right at the hoop.
It kills you, man. And listen, he's a better option than DeAndre Jordan. I'm not going to make the case that he should not be playing. DeAndre Jordan should not be playing.
It's who can hurt you the least here.
Yeah, exactly. Like I saw the stats, the net ratings, and like what DeAndre Jordan was a negative 100 something. Like it was crazy. So Paul Reed is still the better option, but there's just some parts of his game that drives me crazy. And then I saw some NBA reporter saying, well, this is what happens when he sits the bench all year. He would have learned from these mistakes if he played. What, going up strong? Isn't that something you learn?
No. See, now here's where I'm going to disagree. I think the fact is the fact that the Sixers reportedly are one of the least or one of the least practicing teams in the NBA.
That doesn't help.
I absolutely think that it could be taught.
And there was a moment yesterday where James Harden drove and then bounced past baseline to Paul Reed, and Paul Reed didn't even see it coming.
No.
And James Harden gave him like the hands up, but that's a case of not playing enough, right? Where Paul Reed doesn't know that, you have to have your eyes on James Harden all times. And if you don't play with him all season long, which Paul Reed really didn't, you're going to miss those kinds of opportunities.
You know how Jalen Hurts working with Tom House and going out to California and working on his throwing motion, his mechanics and everything. Is there not somebody in the NBA that in the offseason B-Ball Paul's working with that either the team would sanction or he would seek out to help him with this? Because the guys on TNT have pointed it out many times, studio show analysts, that he does things that are just counterproductive. And as Grant Hill said the one time last night, and it backed up Andrew's point, the dribble underneath the basket gives you one more opportunity to turn the ball over.
Yep.
It gives you one more.
It also gives you one more opportunity for your defender to
have a reaction time.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you beat him off the spin move, and then all of a sudden you should just go right up, but now he has a half a second to set himself back up. And I saw it last series. Pascal Siakam blocked a shot because of instead of going up strong, he went underneath the basket.
Yeah.
And tried
Who's
going
the Tom
reverse
House?
layup.
Who's the Tom House to help a guy like him?
Bob
There
Cooney.
has to be, right? Bob Cooney?
Maybe. See, Paul Reed has to go back to his. This is the point I was making. In the G League, he played 31 minutes. He only averaged like 4 fouls, a bunch of points, all that stuff. It was a free-flowing league. Here, he feels like he's tied down, like, I can't make a mistake. I can't make a mistake. Doc Rivers has to talk to him and say, dude, be freewheeling.
But if
just like you were, and don't worry, the players on the floor will wind you, bring you back in a little bit.
But if he had made those mistakes in October, November, December, I do believe he'd be a different player in April and May.
Yeah, I mean, Doc's got a lot to blame to
but
get
Doc,
here.
and yeah, I mean,
well, Andre
that's not
Drummond wasn't coming off the floor for a Paul Reed, right? And then you make the trade, and I don't understand the love of DeAndre Jordan. I don't. We've talked about it.
Makes no sense.
Is it Harden? Is it because that Paul Reed just can't comprehend what he's supposed to do, which we've heard, rumblings about? I don't know. But DeAndre Jordan sure as hell isn't the answer.
What you doing today?
I'll be talking some sports.
Talking sports, that's good.
We'll be talking some sports, some
Little
guy
sports
stuff.
You're going to put up a poll question, and then poll question.
Who's producing for you today?
Connor Thomas.
No way. He's working a double?
My man does not sleep.
Wow.
I'm sure he's thrilled about it.
Sleep's the cousin of death.
Yeah, exactly.
Got to be careful.
I agree with that.
Sleep is the cousin of death.
Am I done here?
If you run into Killer Mike, he's going to tell you that.
Were you okay getting in studio today without the escort from Coach?
Yeah, how come Coach doesn't escort you?
Did you find your way to the mic okay?
Anthony, are you kidding me? No, Anthony.
Wow.
It's part of
gets
Anthony's
walked
deal.
in.
Oh, it's part of his
mic gets
contract?
turned
It's
for
part of
him?
his deal. Someday, Tunis will have that kind of clout that he'll be able to demand
Do
something.
you have an
like
explanation at all quickly, Coach?
Any
Well,
explanation?
Anthony doesn't know how to use a microphone.
Well, there you go. It's
So I have to walk him over to the seat and turn the mic a certain way, or he won't.
I think he'd figure out how to put it into his face. You don't
Really?
think so?
No, I love Anthony.
There you
We
go.
all love Anthony.
He just doesn't. When he sits down, he's not thinking about.
There you go.
I got to talk him to a certain part.
There we go. And he doesn't manhandle a mic like Jamie, so it's very similar. It's you got to have these. You got to coach these moments up.
It's a teachable moment.
We will look forward to having you join us tomorrow. We get ready for Game 2 of the Sixers series. Phillies will play tonight, and maybe the Eagles will make an interesting move or two. Who knows? But remember to support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Dealers. Make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. We love them. Go to 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. We'll be back at 6 tomorrow with the John Kincade Show. Cuz Radio with Tunis and Connor comes your way next. I got to tell you again about Copair Health. And yesterday I said a gentleman came up to me and he goes, "Are you really doing Copair?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, I said, "Do I look that bad? You don't think I'm doing it?" And he goes, "Oh, no." He goes, "You don't look like you need it that much." And I said, "No, my doctor told me lose 23 pounds. Then I did the underwater fat test and found out I need to lose 28. But that's all right. Copair Health is a great way to get you there. Vance is my personal coach, and he customizes a plan just for me. I traveled last week, so I traveled away for 4 hotel nights in Las Vegas. Food everywhere, decisions to be made everywhere that could all be detrimental to my plan. Instead, I was able to stick to it. And before I went, I was able to send links to restaurants to Vance so he could say to me, order this, don't eat that, do this. They work with you. They customize the program for you. And if you go to Copair Health, I want you to call them because they're going to take great, great care of you. And many Fanatic listeners have been doing so, joining the program. You don't have to lose 100 pounds to join. You want to lose 20 pounds. You want to just get into better, healthier habits. I'm tired of yo-yoing. I arrived here 19 pounds slimmer, and I plan on getting back to that and beyond by the time this thing's over. Go to Copair Health. And the best part about Copair Health, it's never over. I get lifetime support if I wish. Go to copairhealth.com. Become a member today. Tell them John Kincade sent you.
The John Kincade Show.
They put it on the air?
Of course they put it on the air. It was a big success.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Your phones, tablets, and laptops are always connected. So, you need internet that can power a house full of devices. Great news! The next generation of Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's only from Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Connect hundreds of devices at once and experience 3 times the bandwidth for more reliable connections. It's ultra fast and incredibly powerful. Unbeatable internet. Made to do anything.